What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is...
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
But the righteous are the ones who's giving in.
So tops then to level the match, and he takes it out.
Great first start, and a very nice second as well. But gets tops anyway.
Just in time.
Mike Warburton, 1-4-6, double 11. How about that? It certainly is. Good evening. Welcome along to finals night here at the Modus Super Series, live and free on Pluto TV. It's week 2 of Series 11, and the duo I've got alongside me have been watching the action throughout this week. Matthew Edgar and Trina Gulliver, welcome. Trina, we'll start with you. You were here in the Group A campaign Monday to Wednesday, and there were a few twists and turns, weren't there?
Yeah, there certainly was, and like Stephen Johnston came out on top, but it was so close at the top, and Jamie Hughes just missing out, taking the A winning spot by just one leg.
Yeah, remarkable. And that drama continued into the groups on Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, I think twists and turns is a fair way of putting it through. They're both Groups C and B coming down to the very, very last game. And we always say, don't we, get to Saturday night and see how it goes. And I think this week, more so than ever, is the case.
Well, we'll remind you all of how the 6 players got here in just a moment. But first, let's introduce you to the finalists. It's weekly final number 2 for Stephen Johnston, who qualified from Group A in unlikely circumstances. Will the Super Scot win his first Super Series title tonight? Series 6 champ Scott Taylor played his 15th Super Series campaign this week and still continues to impress. He has picked up 4 trophies today. Is it time for number 5? A familiar face at the Live Lounge, Mike Warburton was a weekly winner back in Series 3. Still going strong in Series 11, can he go all the way again? It was a rather eventful return to the Live Lounge for Jamie Hughes this week as he finds himself into his second Saturday. Will it be finals night delight for Yoza? Tom Cromwell was quite the unexpected package as he breezed through to his first weekly final. Will his steady scoring and delightful doubling continue as he seeks his first title? Bradley Roose had to dig deep for his ticket to Saturday night, but secured it in style into his 5th weekly final. Will it be Roose who rules week 2's finals night? Yeah, they're the 6 players in contention this evening. And Matt, a little bit like last week, a real mix of players at different stages, different ages, a good calibre of the lineup tonight.
That's what's so good about the Super Series, though, isn't it? It brings all those worlds together. I think Worlds Collide is what I first dubbed it as, and different styles as well, which is really great for this evening because we can sort of look at head-to-heads, we can look at sort of stats, we can look at all the different things that the players have won throughout their careers, but actually the dynamic of the different players tonight makes it interesting because we've got different paces, different styles. Some will be a little bit more deliberate, some will slow down the approach, and that's going to rile some people up different ways. Some people like to give it, some like to be in their own bubble. There's some real good ingredients tonight for some real tasty clashes.
There really is. It's been tasty all week, actually. It all got underway on Monday morning with Group A, which was played over 3 days, finishing on Wednesday. And as Trina mentioned, Stephen Johnston got the job done, not just in the last match, but in the last leg. Trina, looking at the way that group unfolded, 2 real pace setters in it. How relieved will Stephen be and how disappointed will Jamie Hughes be?
Yeah, well, Stephen, so relieved that he just managed to get over the line. But Jamie absolutely gutted. And you could see that was affecting him going into Thursday. He started off really poorly in Thursday, but managed to scrabble it all back on the Friday and just managed to get through.
What did he do right over the course of those 3 days that made the difference?
Stephen, he just kept at it. You know, he just kept at it and took his chances when they were given to him. And yeah, it was just so tight at the top, and it was bad. It was horrible to see somebody having to lose out, especially by one leg.
Yeah, absolutely. Matt, you can see the way that Johnson plays. He's quite a lot of testosterone on the stage. He can be passionate, aggressive, maybe. Can it be intimidating playing a player like that?
I think it can for an inexperienced player or a young player, and maybe that was evidence in the head-to-head record he had against Bradley Roose when it was 3-0 across that Group A campaign. But the more experienced, older player, they're not going to be drawn into that too much. Certainly, very rarely do we ever get interaction between the players. It is very much you're in your own bubble. And that's just how he plays the game. He plays it with emotion. He plays it with passion. He shows that. And it makes it entertaining to watch. And I just look at a couple of the players he may run into tonight, and I think there could be a few interactions at times.
There wasn't too much difference between Stephen Johnson and Jamie Hughes in that race for the Group A victory. In fact, Jamie had a slightly better average over the course of the group, more 180s. Both these players will feel that they deserve to make it to finals night. Jamie did in the end, but Trina, how difficult is it when you miss out by such a narrow margin to regroup because you are back the next day beginning your next group campaign? Yeah,
it's really tough, and it's just the disappointment is clear, and but you've just got to try and put that bit behind you and move forward on the next 2 days. He clearly struggled on the first day, like I said, but he found something from somewhere and he just managed to get through.
Let's just show you then how Group B ended up. As we've mentioned, Jamie Hughes did make it, but he kind of scraped through when you look at that, just 2 points separating the bottom 4 players, the top 3 going through, so Mike Warburton and Scott Taylor through as well. But note the averages there. Colin Osborne actually had the highest average in the group, but didn't make it through. What went wrong for him?
The average there is a collection of everything he put together, but what it doesn't show you is sort of the waviness of the performances. So one game he'd hit a 95, the next game he'd be low 80s. And with the 95, you've got a high chance and probability of winning the match, but when you go into low 80s, you've got a high probability of losing it. But where they meet in the middle actually looks quite good. He's sort of around that sort of 90 mark. And that was the issue really for Colin Osborne, just not finding that sort of middle game. And we talk about range quite a lot. What's the difference between the best performance and the worst? And that was far too big for Colin Osborne.
But and often we see a player have a decent session and maybe not such a good session. Mike Warburton, by his own admission, had a really good start to that group. He got through in the end. He is a player who does have the knack of making it through to Saturdays, isn't he?
Yeah, so it seems, and he's a steady player. He's been here before, and he seems to do well here. So he'll be dangerous, I think, tonight. And
that throw as well. People always love watching that throw. It's really eye-catching and eye-pleasing, isn't it?
It's quite methodical, really, isn't it? But it is natural and it's quite flowing, and it's easy on the eye, kind of thing.
Scott Taylor, a player who does have many good memories here, not only winning weeks but winning a Champions Week in the past. Last couple of campaigns hadn't been great, but he really did start to get back to those levels over the last couple of days, particularly the Thursday for him when he won all of his matches. Have you been impressed with Scott Taylor?
I have, and I've been impressed with him due to the fact that he's not really playing much darts at the moment. He's not practicing much. He's certainly not getting out there on the various tours, not really playing too much locally. He says the Super Series is sort of his home now, where he's going to play his darts, which means that Series 6 title, when he won the series, that will feel like a distant memory. He won't feel like that same player because he's not in that routine. When he did that, he's playing the Challenge Tour, doing Q School, playing locally, practicing, doing a lot of things, and now he's not. So he's going to feel like a different version of himself, maybe one that he doesn't trust in as much, maybe one he doesn't believe in as much in those moments. But what the last couple of days have shown us is, even without the practice, he can still play some very, very high quality.
Yeah, Scott Taylor got through comfortably in the end. The other places in Group B went down to the wire. The top spot in Group A went down to the wire, and it also went to the death in Group C, as Robbie Dove reports.
Well, Group C started in style for Tom Cromwell, who made his second Super Series appearance this week. He registered 5 wins of 5 matches played on Thursday afternoon without breaking a sweat. It was local lad Lloyd Walker who was the best of the rest on Thursday. His scoring was solid and he picked up 8 points on day 1 of Group C, putting him in a good position to qualify for the weekly final. Back on 4 points were former weekly winner Bradley Roose, who lost out in 2 last leg deciders on Thursday, and Jack Tweddle, who had the highest average of the group after the first day's play. Tweddle and Roose dropped into Group C from Group A and would have their work cut out if they were to qualify for Saturday's showdown. On Friday, Tom Cromwell was the first player to book his place into finals night. He won 3 of his first 4 games to ensure his shot at the £5,000 weekly jackpot. Lloyd Walker put himself into pole position for the second qualification spot after winning his opening 2 matches, but back-to-back defeats to Tom Cromwell and Jack Tweddle meant he had to beat Bradley Roose in his final Group C game to qualify. Roose had a much improved Friday with big numbers and 3 wins from his first 4 matches, meaning that victory against Walker would give him the chance of Saturday qualification. Jack Tweddle also impressed on Friday. He threw a ton average and was impressive on the outer ring, and he himself was able to qualify in his last game of the day. As Group C was reaching its conclusion, there were still 3 players who were in contention to qualify for finals night, and the first to be eliminated was Lloyd Walker, who was in pole position for so long but missed match darts en route to a last leg deciding defeat to Bradley Roose. Jack Tweddle needed to concede no more than 2 legs in his final game if he were to qualify for Saturday, else it would be Bradley Roose taking the second spot. And when Tom Cromwell pinned this dart at double top, it's fair to say that Bradley Roose was rather happy about a return to Saturday.
Come on!
In a dramatic and memorable Group C campaign, Tom Cromwell topped the table with Bradley Roose taking second spot by virtue of legs 1, with Tweddle and Walker just about missing out on Week 2 finals night.
Yeah, really nail-biting stuff in that group. As you can see, 3 players tied on 12 points. It was Bradley Roose who got through in the end. And as we just saw, Trina, he had to sit backstage and watch that final match to learn his fate. What's that like, that being in that position? Because it happens here quite a lot.
Well, he'd be absolutely willing the dart to go in, obviously, for his own sake, but it's nail-biting stuff. And when you're not in control of something, you know, you're relying on others to put you through. It's you know, it's out of your control, and so you're just praying, really.
Yeah, and look, darts is an interesting game because it's in your control when you're at the hockey, but it's not when you're not. And in that earlier match that was referenced in that report there, he's playing Lloyd Walker. Walker's got darts to put himself through and therefore to knock Bradley Roose out. So what goes through a player's head when they stood behind their opponent, other than just miss, please miss?
Yeah, you've got to try and stay engaged because you know if an opportunity is going to come around, and sometimes you can protect yourself. You can try and almost nod along. We see it quite a lot on checkouts where the players in the back, they'll put the darts down or they'll be just accepting their fate. But that opportunity may present itself again, so you've got to stay concentrated and sort of not protect yourself and go all in, especially in this situation for Bradley. And it just seemed to be fate that Bradley's going to be here tonight because he needed to win his last 4 games and hope a lot of results went his way, and it all kind of did. He avoided match darts as well from Lloyd Walker. So maybe it's written in the stars for Bradley Roose, but he's certainly gone about it the hard way. But what's gone is gone, and now he's on a level playing field with everybody else.
The one player that avoided all the drama in that group was Tom Cromwell. You were commentating in that group. How impressed were you with him?
From Dart 1, I was impressed with Tom Cromwell. And he was a player who... he came to the Super Series before, and I remember covering his week that time as well, and I thought, there's someone there. And it was interesting that I kept an eye on him, as I kind of do when I see new players come to the Super Series. And he went on the Challenge Tour. He's getting some notable wins. He beat David Evans, who we've seen pick up a title here. We've seen John Henderson, who we've seen pick up titles here and pretty much everywhere around the world. And he was getting those really notable wins, and then just went AWOL again, was just not picking up the performances. And I thought, maybe it was like a little bit of a purple patch. Come here, from the opening throw, we thought he could be dangerous here. And he won that group at a canter and was beating people up. He wasn't looking for opportunities. On day 1, only 1 match start against him, and very rarely coming from behind. So it'll be interesting to see how he performs tonight. He certainly doesn't put too much pressure on himself. Says he wants to enjoy himself, and sure he can now he's in a Saturday night. Yeah, he's one of the 6 players that are through to the Saturday night finals. But I do just want to touch on the players that didn't quite make it, because they've all got interesting stories, really. We know Colin Osborne missed
the opportunity in the last game. If he'd beat Scott Taylor, he would have been through at the expense of Jamie Hughes. Lewis Gurney, a couple of points off qualification, a weekly finalist last month. Wes Newton, Trina, a big name with a big CV, great pedigree, won his first match 4-0, and then it all just unravelled from there. How disappointed will he be going back to Fleetwood?
Yeah, of course he will. He'll be very disappointed, but he'll go back and see, try and analyse it a little bit, and look back and see where he's gone wrong, and try and work on where he did go wrong.
Yeah, and just quickly, is there any player that didn't make it that you expected to see here?
I mean, it's been nice to see Kent Siversen. He's going to be playing in the World Cup, representing Norway. But Jack Tweddle, that was really surprising. One of the favourites to win the week. A lot of the viewers would have expected Jack Tweddle. I personally expected Jack Tweddle to at least be here on Saturday. And I say this with the greatest respect, that the fact he's not here on a Saturday has got to be considered a failure, because what he's been doing in the various circuits, the ADC, the PDC Challenge Tour, of which he's now picked up a title for, it all seemed to be going very positive. And I thought he'd be here picking up that trophy tonight.
As always, the 6 that are here have been divided into 2 groups, and we'll contest them in a round-robin format this evening. Stephen Johnson, Mike Warburton and Bradley Roose in Group 1. The top 2 go through to the semi-finals, Scott Taylor and Tom Cromwell. Jamie Hughes in Group 2. Same applies to them. And the bookies, well, they fancy Stephen Johnson. They've gone with him as the favourite. The Group A winner, 7-4. Former champion Scott Taylor, 5-2. Hughes, 4-1. Cromwell, 7-1. Roose, 8-1. And Warburton, 10-1. Trina, is Stephen Johnson the right favourite?
I think so, yes, and followed by Scott Taylor as well. I think they're 2 big contenders tonight, and I think they've got the betting right there.
Matt, any surprises for you?
I think Johnson favourite 7-4's the surprise for me. I think that's a lay. I think it's a little bit too tight, a little bit too stingy there in regards to the odds, which means there's value everywhere else in the field.
If you are going to have a bet, please gamble responsibly. 18+, gambleaware.org. And the favourite, Stephen Johnson, does feature in the first match of the evening, taking on the young Dutchman Bradley Roose, and I caught up with both players a little earlier tonight. Stephen, here at finals night, just first of all, give us your reflection on finally making it over the line in that Group A campaign.
It's brilliant. I come down here and it's a great stage. It's a great opportunity to play your best darts, and I've had a lot of downs coming down here with missing out and winning Group A a couple of times, but to see that airline was brilliant, and it was one of the things I wanted to do that I didn't do the last time, with narrowly margin out with Darryl.
Bradley, welcome back to finals night here at the Modus Super Series. Just give us your thoughts on the weeks this week.
First of all, I want to thank the person who was with me. She played a really good mental support this week. But the week went in Group A. Yeah, not that bad, but also not that good. Just missed out on Group B on 2 points. But on the first day in Group C, I didn't know actually what happened. I lost 2 matches I actually had to win. So and I saw Lloyd on 8 points. So I know it was a hard job to qualify for tonight.
Going into the day, I've achieved things that I've not done for the last time I came down. So I've won Group A, I've qualified for Saturday night. Anything else was just really a bonus tonight. So, but when I'm on that stage, I just want to win, and I play for my dad and I play for me, and that's the main thing.
I actually played quite decent darts yesterday. So and like I saw Lloyd losing. So I felt still like there's a small chance to qualify, and then I played Lloyd the last match. I came 2-0 up. I thought it was going to be it, but then he came back to 2-2, and luckily the last leg he missed 2 darts on this.
Even if I don't win, there's still positives to take away from today and the full week, and to build on it, because as I say, I play DC. Most of all the things I play, but coming down here and playing against players that play all the time out of the world, but I can compete and I can win, and whatever happens today, win, lose, I'll still be holding my head up high.
So with the comeback in Group C and then hopefully winning tonight, yeah, that will be really relief for myself, and also being really proud of myself that I hopefully do it again tonight.
Oh, what a shot! Through the post box, Stevie G.
They might not need 6. He doesn't.
On the 5th leg, Bradley Roose.
Well, it's time. The talking has stopped. It's time for the throwing to get underway, and it is a meeting between the Scottish slinger Stephen Johnson and the Dutch darter Bradley Roose, who has enjoyed success in his youth career. 2 stars on the back of his shirt representing JDC and WDF boys titles, now looking to make that next step up, having won here before. Can the young Dutchman do it again? His opponent, Stephen Johnson, 36 years of age, from Falkirk in Scotland, made it through to the final of his week in Series 8. And the 20-year-old opponent here from The Hague in the Netherlands has tasted glory on that stage before. Who will take the right step in the opening match of Group 1? We'll find out in the company of Trina Gulliver and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Murph. Yes, getting into the action here with some serial winners called in by Jack Garwood throughout the evening, all the way through to the final dart when the trophy will be awarded. But Bradley Roose, a previous weekly winner,
to the row first. Game on.
he'll want to pick up a second title for sure. We've had many people here be weekly winners in the past, and the second they've won that first one, they always want to go and pick up that second one just to confirm it, to show it wasn't a fluke. Want to go and seal their place in Modus Super Series history. And obviously get another opportunity at picking up that Champions Week check. £25,000 will be on the line that night. £5,000 up for grabs tonight. A sizable paycheck for some, and for some players would be their biggest paycheck received from a single event.
Yes, indeed. And it's all to play for this evening. Saying to about Bradley.
58.
Was earlier on in the week, on the Monday. He didn't have a good start at all to the week. It's gradually got better as the week went on. And managed to qualify in Group C, coming second in that group.
108!
Just want to clear up as well before anyone gets really excited. Henry Deacon is not here this evening.
135.
The presenter is actually Chris Murphy.
No drama here though for Bradley Roose. Good start. Laying it down to Stephen Johnson, a player which he has ran into 3 times already this week and been unable to find any success, but always feels a bit different on a Saturday night.
55.
For Stephen Johnson, this
Bradley
will be quite a step up for him. It's taking an extra bit of time, Bradley Roose. We've seen him adopt this style a little bit more throughout this week. Trying to be a little bit more deliberate 55. At times.
Stephen, you require 93.
He's generally a quicker thrower than what he's played this week. Double 10 is hit, and that's the first leg taken by Stephen Johnston.
The first show of motion so much so he's undone his watch.
Game on.
That's when you know you're having a big celebration. And there's that sort of aggression, controlled aggression, you know, it's all within his own right. And that was a question that Chris Murphy asked at the start of the show. Does that play a part? Is it quite intimidating? And when we look at that head-to-head record he's got against Bradley Roose, 4-1 on Monday, 4-1 on Tuesday, and then 4-3 on Wednesday. And Bradley's averages against Johnson have been 76, 89 and 83. That could be a very, very valid point.
60.
Maybe, you know, Bradley is only 20 years of age. However, for his age, he does have quite a vast experience too. So I'm sure Bradley's played against players of Johnston's type, as in the aggression part. But I agree. It can affect some players.
57.
And for Johnson, he's one of those players that it doesn't distract him. If anything, it makes him better. Very much down the roads of the likes of Gerwin Price, who is probably the highest profile player of those that can sort of play with that raw, with that fire, and sort of eke the best out of themselves. You tend to find when people play with that emotion, it actually works the opposite way.
Well, does for me. I tried it once. It didn't work for me. So I'm the kind of person that keeps everything bottled up and channels that energy inside. I feel if I let it all out, then it exhausts me.
Exactly that. It's exhausting. It's tiring, isn't it? Which might be the real benefit here for Stephen Johnson. In fact, he won that Group A, so he didn't have to take part in a Group B or C campaign, and he could have those couple of days off. So he comes in tonight refreshed
51.
and ready to go.
Bradley, you require 101.
So Bradley's got a chance here to level the match on 101. Just taking his time. Knows how important each leg is in this format here this evening. Treble 19 was the target but can't be found. So Johnston back for 98.
Stephen, you require 98.
Expect a similar reaction if this one goes. Bradley Roose, a very
52.
keen interest there. And I like what I'm seeing with Bradley. Just in the fact he's not being rushed with things. Soon as he saw that Stephen Johnson couldn't take it out, he went to the table, started his preparations and his processes. That could be a little bit tricky. Left and high, you feel. Caught the flight on the way
16.
in. Open target, didn't go for him, and there's the frustration.
You require 46.
Very emotional game. We're only in leg 2.
Tops now
Game shot on the
for
second
Johnston.
leg. Stephen
Takes
Johnston.
the leg and goes into a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, it's Stephen to the
Action in this game is coming from group number 1. Mike Warburton, also in this group, sat waiting in the wings. He'll be very familiar with these players as well, won't he? The amount of times he's been here at the Super Series. But Bradley here, giving himself an almighty thump. We've seen him do that a few times as well, give himself a bit of a beating.
However, I think he's been better this week. Like we said in the interview, he can be a sulker sometimes,
45.
and we haven't seen much of that this week at all from Bradley Roose. I think he's growing, he's maturing, and I think that's showing in his darts as well.
There was a thank you as well, wasn't there, in the interview with Bradley Roose? It was a mention. It wasn't a name. We didn't get the name of the person that's with Bradley this week, but he did give a bit of a shout out and a thank you for the mental support that is helping carry him through this week. And Trina, how important is it as a player to have the right people around you in this sort of environment?
1,000,000%. It's probably one of the most underrated
59.
things that you think about when it comes to darts. You know, it's all well and good being able to do it on the hockey, but if your home life isn't right and you haven't got the correct support around you, then it will show on your darts.
Especially when you go to events as well, and when things aren't going well, that's when you need people, isn't it? Because if you're getting knocked out early and you're going back to the hotel room 12, 1, 2 o'clock, it's quite a long time to be alone and just mulling over what could have been all the time. Yeah,
and it's like you say, it's having them correct people around you that give you the right advice.
And, require 130.
You know, don't give you a hard time so much, you know, and work on your positives rather than your negatives. And it's very important indeed.
This could be a positive moment for Bradley Roose. Looking at the bullseye here. What a dart, what a shot. And I'm not surprised to see that either. My initial thought when I saw Stephen Johnson starting to get into this was, if Bradley takes something out, I think he's going to join in.
Game on.
I think he's going to get into the battle. And we said at the start of the show that we feel, even though there's not normally these sort of twos and frozen interactions, that I thought those ingredients, we could get it. This is the one.
Yeah, giving it a bit back there.
34.
Giving as good as he gets.
100. 44. 60.
So the thank you that was given out by Bradley Roose, we believe, is to this lady, the mother of Marvin van Velzen, former champion here at the Super Series. Now moving on to pick up a PDC tour card, and that is a route that we
42.
know Bradley Roose would love to go as well. So associating with people that have been on that journey and experienced it and seen the
60.
emotional sort of roller coaster that it goes on is always good to get experience and advice from those that have been there before.
Absolutely.
100.
Sometimes it's hard to take advice. Well,
59.
when I say advice, it's what can be construed as criticism, but when it's constructive, it's great. You know, when you take it personally, you've got to take it in the right manner and that it's meant, and just reassess things and get yourself, take them
121.
words into account and just reassess yourself.
36.
Well, the
Bradley
assessment of this game
requires
right
60.
now is very good for Bradley Roose, who's looking in a strong position to get this one level. Stephen Johnson not really responding to this improvement in performance here from Bradley Roose. Looks inviting.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And he finds
Bradley
it with
Roose.
his third dart and levels the match at 2 apiece.
A 2-0 up. It
Fifth
was looking
leg,
good
it's
for Stephen
Stephen to the row
Johnson just to
first.
sort of run away with
Game
this
up.
game, but the average is starting to drop. The treblers' visits are starting to appear, and the
95.
average has now dropped into the 70s.
Yeah, 83 plus for Bradley at the moment. A maximum each. Could this be another?
139.
Decides to go for the 19s.
125.
Always amazes me when we look at those darts of Stephen Johnson, how he ever hits 180s.
Yeah, called the chunky stumpies, they're called.
Paul Nicholson's favourite darts, then, aren't they?
Apparently so.
80.
Nothing really to split the two here in quite a key leg.
125.
How does he squeeze that in there? What a dart. Gets himself down to a finish. Now he's starting to force the issue here of Bradley. That's been the problem for him this
59.
week. Darts dropping
Stephen, you
low
require
and standing up at that
156.
aggressive angle. Just where he's tilted the body into the shot, just angled the shoulders.
100.
And just like the last leg, the player throwing first has got time on the side.
Yeah, all Bradley can do here is try and pressurise the 56. Needs a couple of trebles here.
97.
Well, he finds one.
Stephen, you require
Does leave
56.
himself a finish, but it's tops now. For Johnston, 10s.
36.
He has left a
Bradley,
finish
you
and he's left a
require
gettable finish as
126.
well. Same sort of equation as the 130 he's already taken out. Just needs the one treble. We'll be down on the 19s.
Bullseye then. Oh,
Game
what a
on the
shot
fifth
there
leg. Bradley Roose.
by Bradley Roose. Takes a 3-2 lead, and
Sixth
that was a
leg,
breaker
it's Bradley
throw.
to throw first.
And he's got a big smile on his face, ear to ear, and I like what he's doing again here. I mean, he's not saved himself
Game
much
on.
water, so he's expecting it to be over here. But two big finishes, that would have been one where you just get that bit of adrenaline, which is going to raise the heart rate, just change the breathing. And he's just took a little bit of time to regulate that. So when he comes back to the hockey, he can deliver.
60.
There's them low darts that you were talking about.
93.
Does find a treble.
$100. $59. $95.
Probably feel one that's slipping away for Stephen Johnson. When you race into a 2-0 lead, you probably thought, well, these Saturday night larks quite easy.
He's been down. He's had a couple of days rest here. It'd be interesting to know actually if he's taken the rest or if he's actually been on the board at all.
It's always the debate, isn't it? What's the best thing to do? And I think it's one of those where whichever one you do, if it doesn't work, you'll wish you did the other.
Yeah, exactly that. And it's again, it's a fine line as to
65.
what you feel is best for yourself.
112.
So 112 now. 92 required.
55. Bradley, you require
An outside chance here for Bradley. Take out 167. He's been hitting that bullseye in this match tonight, so he finds the first treble. Needs the treble 19. Can't be found.
127.
The face on Stephen Johnson. Knows how important this moment is.
Game shot on the stick flag. Stephen Johnston.
I thought he was going to get a reaction there. He's holding it in.
Yeah, it's a little bit subdued there, wasn't he?
Final leg. It's Stephen
I
to
quite like
throw
that
first.
actually as well. I remember playing in a European tour event and I gave it quite a lot and let a lot out. And Michael Smith actually afterwards came over and he says, sometimes you've got to hold enough in for those key moments. That's what I feel Stephen Johnson's doing right now, just holding it in.
140.
And if there is going to be a winning moment here for Johnson, I think that's when we're going to see that release.
Yeah, I agree. All to play for in this leg.
140.
Well, that's a great start from both players, matching each other.
Great darts in the context of what is going on, and they are three well-thrown darts completely on the wire, and that's the frustration of this game at times.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see there Bradley just nodding his head as if to say, yes, this is my chance to step in now.
99.
He finds one treble.
Just nosing in front.
85.
Just slips there into the 5 with that last dart, Johnston. So can Bradley add some pressure here?
The mind of Stephen Johnson would probably go back to the success he's had against Bradley Roose throughout the week. It's a positive experience, 100% in the head-to-head clashes. However, that makes things very tricky. Big
Bradley
last dart. It had to be a treble, or
170.
Bradley was guaranteed 6. Nerves jangling. But this is a match opportunity now for Bradley Roose.
Well, needed the treble 20 with his second dart.
121. Stephen,
Just
you
find it with
require
his third.
131.
So Johnston now. Well, he was going for tops there.
71. Bradley, you require 49.
More gettable shot this time for the match to get his first victory in this head-to-head clash this week. And arguably, much more important victory here. Double 16, 2 darts for his first 2 points of the night.
$17.
Well, he had to move right across the
Stephen, you
hockey there.
require 60.
Blocked it with his first dart. So tops now for Johnston. Double 10.
40.
And he can't find it either. So another chance now for Roose
Bradley
to wrap it all
require
up
32.
on double 16. Just taking his time.
Game shot and the match.
And sometimes you come into a tournament and you just feel like your name is on the trophy already. Maybe Bradley Roose is getting that feeling. He was 2-0 down there to Stephen Johnson. A couple of big finishes, the 1-2-6 and the 130 on the bullseye, carrying him through that one. But what a time there to get your first victory in that head-to-head clash. Bradley Roose squeezed through to Saturday night, and he squeezes through his opening game. He's on the board. He's got 2 points. Scott Taylor, Jamie Hughes up next.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back. Well, before the break, we saw a good win for the young Dutchman Bradley Roose against Stephen Johnson, that in a last leg decider. And now we go from Roose to Hughes as the former European Tour winner Jamie Hughes takes on a former Modus Super Series champion in Scott Taylor. And I caught up with both players earlier tonight. Scott, once again back here at finals night. Just sum up your Group B campaign, because you seem to avoid the drama that other people went through.
A little bit inconsistent. The doubles weren't great at times, but we got That's all it is.
You had a big say in the end as well, didn't you, that match against Colin Osborne? What's it like to play in a game like that where you're already through, but you're sort of doing it for the integrity and trying to stop the other player?
They're both dangerous. I know they can both knock me out, so it didn't really matter who went through to me, so I just got to do what I did.
Not only have you won Saturday nights here before, but you've won an entire series. What's the feeling like when you walk in this building ahead of a finals night?
It's great. I love it here. It's pretty much the only place I play now, but coming back, it gives me the buzz to try and play again.
Do you think that reputation, having won before, gives you something extra over the other players at all?
I hope so. We'll see in a bit, but I'm not too sure. You'd have to ask them about that. But yeah, hopefully it does. Yeah.
And what would it mean to you to win tonight and get back to another Champions Week?
It means a lot. Yeah. Obviously, I want to win again. I just don't want to just do it once. It's not good, is it? So.
Well, it's all right.
It's all right. Yeah.
Only one person's ever won it twice, so it'd be good you have the chance to match them and overtake them, of course.
Yeah, well, it's a massive competition. Everyone wants to play who's not on the Pro Tour, so it's one of them, innit? Try your best and get over the line.
Brilliant. Another step tonight. Good luck.
Cheers.
Jamie, welcome to finals night. Long week in getting here. Just give us your reflections and thoughts on how the campaign's gone for you this week.
It's been a roller coaster, innit? You know what I mean? I looked really good after the first 2 days in Group A. Ended up... you know, it was a very close one, and Stevie come out, fair play to him for that, because that was, he had to go up there and hit the doubles under pressure, whereas I had to wait, so it was so bad for me. And then obviously I had a terrible start on Thursday, just winning one match. So to pull it out the bag yesterday, that was, it was nice.
Yeah, you put it all right last night. You did have to wait for the outcome of that final match. What was that like, watching on willing Scott Taylor to win?
Well, it's out my hands then, you know what I mean? So it's not enjoyable watching, but it's out my hands, so there's nothing I can do about it. So just watch and hope.
And ironically, you're going to play Scott in your first match tonight. You might wish that he hadn't got you through with that one.
Yeah, well, it would have either been, me or Colin, so he'd have been playing either one of us anyway.
Just in general, where's your game at the moment? Where are you at in terms of your career?
Obviously, I think everyone saw this week. There's flashes of brilliance, but there's also a lot of bad darts in there as well. That's where I'm going to go away and work on my consistency and try and get me, less no treble visits kind of thing. I need to be hitting more trebles.
And what would it do for you in terms of getting that extra confidence, and just what it would it mean to you if you were to win this title tonight?
Yeah, this would be massive for me. In me trying to resurrect my career, it'd go a long way to, getting my confidence back up where it needs to be.
Good luck. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
What a way this would be to start affairs. That is absolutely exceptional from Yoza.
And that's a great dart. His first dart to find the bullseye. And he does so. Brilliant shot out there from Jamie Hughes.
Double 11.
It's on the full flag. Scott Taylor.
And now Scott Taylor is eyeing the ball himself. And what a retort that is.
Yeah, two players with very good pedigree on stage at the Live Lounge tonight here as Jamie Hughes takes on the Series 6 Super Series champion Scott Taylor. Both of them have made it to finals in top-tier PDC events. Hughes winning a European Tour event in his stay as a PDC Tour card holder and looking, as he said, to kind of reignite his career. Scott Taylor not really playing in anything other than the Super Series at the moment. Loves it here. Why wouldn't he, having tasted the ultimate glory on that stage? And Jamie Hughes having made it through to a semi-final before, hoping to go further and indeed all the way tonight. Guiding you through the action then, I'll hand you back to Trina and Matt.
Looking to resurrect the career here, says Jamie Hughes on Saturday night, and we've seen that story, we've seen that journey from many different players who have lost a tour card. I remember Josh Payne in Series 1 saying exactly the same sort of thing.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
And last year, with the likes of Connor Scott, who was doing very well out there on the Challenge Tour, was looking to use this as a springboard and a platform to get back onto the Pro Tour. So there's some inspirational stories out there, and there are some pathways that have been laid which Jamie Hughes, you feel, could walk very similar.
27.
I've known Jamie a very long time. We used to play county together for Warwickshire.
96.
So, a lovely guy. His family's here as well, supporting him.
He's actually quite well supported considering how far away his home base
55.
is here to Portsmouth.
Yeah, from Tipton in the Black Country.
59.
I thought you was going to do it in the accent then, trainer.
From Tipton in the Black Country.
Was that just the one-off, or is that the whole evening when Jamie Hughes is playing?
No, that's just a one-off. I don't want to spoil it completely for everybody.
125.
Scott Taylor looking to spoil things very quickly here for Jamie Hughes. Real big power scorer is Scott Taylor, which, when you think about the dynamic of what Jamie Hughes was saying in that interview about he needs to find more trebles, might not give him too many opportunities.
65.
Well, leaves himself on 60. And all Jamie can do is try and pressurise, putting a big score here. A maximum would be wonderful.
140.
Or 140
Scotty
will do.
requires 60.
So top cent for Taylor to take the first leg of the match.
21.
Deflects into the one.
Jamie, you require 94.
Now this is where that advantage of the big 140 will come into play, because Jamie Hughes a chance to break. Not entertaining the more
54.
fashionable double-double
Scotty
approach.
require 39.
Giving Scott Taylor a 7th visit here to get the job done.
15.
Well, doesn't manage
Jamie,
to find
require
it.
40.
So Jamie a chance at tops here for a break of throw and
Gets
finds
on
it
the
with his
first
first
leg.
start.
Jamie Hughes.
Takes the first leg.
Second leg, it's Jamie to
And
the
how
reverse.
much of that do we put down to the
Game
fact
on.
that it's the opening leg of the night, and how much of that do we put down to the fact that Scott Taylor isn't really playing a lot of darts at the moment, isn't practicing too much? So on a Saturday night when
134.
the stakes are higher and everything is heightened, is that what we could put those missed opportunities down to?
43.
It's hard to say, really.
$95. $100.
Well done there from Taylor. Doesn't really make any inroads into this leg with that.
60.
Looking around the room a little bit tonight, Scott Taylor. Oh, that looks a little bit loose.
108.
Like a brave dart, but it's worked out well. The 180 cards get hoisted into the air. Scott Taylor's back in the leg. That's how quick these short format games can just turn. Jamie Hughes looked like he was cantering to a 2-0 lead. Now all of a
25.
sudden, one on the floor means he's not down to a finish, and Taylor becomes favourite to break.
$26.
Well, that's really disappointing from Taylor. He won't be happy with that. So big score now for Jamie.
But you can guarantee there's a lot of people down there local right now going 180-26.
52.
That's the norm.
Well, the shot's on. Double 16. And what a shot there
Scott Taylor.
from Scott Taylor.
Third leg, it's Scott to the
The
reverse.
picture of inconsistency.
Game on.
180, 26, 152 finish.
That's how you do it.
36.
36, yeah. 180, 26, 152 finish, 36. And that will be the most annoying, frustrating thing to Scott Taylor.
43.
However, that's a typical situation of doing things at the right time. Making big shots at the right time.
Oh, it was. The 180 to get him back into the leg, the 152 to get him out. And we are being treated very early to the big finishers. Bradley Roose in the opening game. A 4-3 success over Stephen Johnson. Took out a 132.
95.
A 130, sorry, and a 126. So, despite the fact we've not had many legs, we've had 3 tumblers checkouts already.
60.
A sign of the quality of the group. The player in the group here with Scott Taylor and Jamie Hughes is the winner of Group C, Tom Cromwell. Been a real standout performer this week. So although these players will know quite a lot about each other,
95.
there's not going to be much in the variable of performance to the player waiting in the wings.
$87. Scott, you require 170.
So 170 now for Scott. 2 treble 20s and the bullseye would have been the shot. But leaves himself tops.
Puts the bullseye in for good measure. Leaves himself on one of his favourite targets.
140.
That's great darts there by Hughes. But he doesn't get a chance. And Scott Taylor takes that leg and leads by 2 legs to 1.
4th leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Really good reaction from Scott because it was missed opportunities in the opening leg. We'll probably feel he could be 3-0 up in this one.
Yeah, absolutely.
119.
It's what you said at the start of the show. Sometimes you just got to put things behind you, which is quite tricky to do, and even more so
120.
Things like that just go wrong. Things that feel like it's out of your control.
$96.
It's very true what they say as well. It's not making the mistakes. It's how you deal with making the mistakes.
85.
So it's coming back after them.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen evidence of that from Jamie Hughes in his Group B campaign. It wasn't the greatest day and then found a way through at the finishing post.
Yeah, typical scrappy kind of way through, but again, managed to get over the line just by battling it out.
That's all you got to do, get here to Saturday night, and it's a clean slate and a clean opportunity. That first game, a prime example.
95.
The winner of Group A, Stephen Johnson, losing to Bradley Roose, who got through somehow.
100. Jamie requires
Hughes now.
91.
91 then. Treble 14's the shot. So single 20 now would leave him
51.
tops.
Scott, you require 96.
Scott here with 96.
Oh, that's in double eights.
88.
Grazes the wire.
Jamie, you
Opportunity to
require
get some
40.
real control in this match.
Tops now for Jamie. Double 10 then to level the match. Double 5.
30.
Can't find it. So an opportunity now for
require
Taylor
8.
to go 3-1 ahead.
When the players are in the back room having a debrief about this game,
Yeah,
that
shot
will
on the
be
full
the
flag.
moment
Scott
that
safe.
they'll be talking about. Jamie Hughes will be saying, if I'd have took one of those darts, got it back to 2-2, it could have
5th
felt like a
leg, it's
different
Scott to
game.
throw first.
Now,
Game on.
Jamie Hughes is up against it. He needs to find a couple of breaks of throw. And we know Scott Taylor can find that power scoring at any time.
96.
The last leg he played in the Group B campaign against Colin Osborne was a 10-dart leg. That's the quality he can produce, but another one on the floor.
Yeah, just not the look that he needs at this point in time. Scott
115.
punishes it that.
Forces you to need the extra treble, doesn't it, when you lose one to the floor?
Yeah. That's the pressure.
134.
Piling on a nice 1, 3, 4. Leaving 1, 5, 6. He's way ahead in this leg, Taylor.
57. Scott, you
Well,
require
it's 6 darts now, hasn't he?
156.
Scott Taylor, the 156. Doesn't like that one. A lot of air on that.
60.
But just becomes a bit of a setup play. Just shaves down the score. And Jamie Hughes has still got a lot of work to do here just to get down to something gettable. Well, fancy another one, the way that first one sat in the board, and that's disappointing.
Scott, you require 96.
You've expected at least a 140 the way that first dart was sat.
48.
Well, an outside chance now
Jamie, you
for
require
Hughes.
164.
It is doable. It's not now, though.
24.
So Scott now,
48.
48 is required for the match.
Eight.
Well, that was
Jamie,
very
you require
close.
140.
Bent the wire.
Right on the wire, yeah.
Jamie Hughes is just stumbling towards the finishing line, just constantly offering more time, more
60.
opportunities for Scott
Scott, you
Taylor
require
to get
40.
a sizable win here.
Game shot.
And he gets over the line in the end.
Scott Taylor.
You can see, not overly happy with the performance there, Scott Taylor, but I don't think he ever would be. He's one of those players that strive for perfection, and he's done it all here at the Super Series. He's won a series title before, and he's on his way to picking up another weekly title. A 4-1 success to kickstart his evening here against Jamie Hughes. That 152 finish, the real highlight there. But coming next, we look at Bradley Roose, looking to book his place in the semi-final. He takes on Mike Warburton.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
requires
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
requires
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
59. Charlie,
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the darts.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where this is what's happened in the first couple of matches. Bradley Roose getting a 4-3 win over Stephen Johnson in a nail-biting opener in Group 1. Then Scott Taylor getting the better of Jamie Hughes 4-1 in Group 2. The next game, we'll see Bradley Roose take on Mike Warburton in the next game in Group 1. And a victory for Roose would put him through. Warburton, the Welshman, has had some success at the Super Series before, and I had a little chat with him ahead of his campaign to do it again tonight. Mike, welcome back to finals night here at the Super Series. Just give us your thoughts on how you think it went for you this week.
Good Thursday, not so good Friday. Put one good performance in against Yozza, basically, and got me through. So we all know what it's like. Get your Saturday night, and whoever turns up tonight wins it.
Yeah, obviously these groups are played over a number of games, so it doesn't matter when you win, as long as you win enough. You've got the knack, haven't you, of making it through to this Saturday?
Yeah, like I said that last night, I got a good record to get to Saturday, and normally when I'm here, I play well. So I'm feeling confident. I reckon I can do it.
In general, where's the game been at recently?
Yeah, pretty steady. I always seem to find another gear when I come down here for some reason, but we'll see tonight, and hopefully I can find that extra gear and do the business.
I've seen you've got your family with you as well tonight. How much of a support and a boost is that for you?
Quality, yeah. I want to play well in front of them. Obviously, it gives me that extra little boost that I need.
And how much would it mean for you to lift the trophy and get back to Champions Week?
Massive. You know, I've won the one, but it's always hard to get that second one in. And I didn't really shower myself in glory last time I went to the Challenge Tour, so bit of unfinished business there. So hopefully get it done tonight and make a better go of it next time.
All the best. Good luck.
Thank you, mate.
Perfect second dart.
A whole lot would be even better. And that is a spectacular way to win the match.
Celebrating what are you, Mike? Celebrating a 161 is what he's doing.
Yeah, the Welsh Dragon Mike Warburton on the stage now, ready to do battle with the Dutchman Bradley Roose, who has given himself the early advantage in this group after that 4-3 success over, let's not forget, the favourite to win tonight, Stephen Johnson. A fantastic victory for Bradley Roose in that left leg decider, meaning that if he wins this one, he will qualify. If he gets to 3 legs, in fact, it'll be very unlikely for the 20-year-old to go home. The only way he'd be able to go home then would be via a 9-dart shootout. We've had some exciting ones of those recently, haven't we? Warburton, 40 years of age now, from Wrexham in Wales, winner. Back in Series 3, hoping to taste victory again a couple of years down the line. Can he get off to a winning start, or is Bradley going to book his place in the semi-finals? We will find out. And guiding you through the action are Trina Gulliver and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Murph. And this one poses quite an interesting question for me very early on, and that's who would you rather be in this scenario? Would you rather be Bradley Roose, who's been on the stage and had positive experience already, that 4-3 win over Stephen Johnson?
First leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
In that game, he managed to find a 180, a 130 and a 126 finish. Or do you like to come up here fresh but arguably potentially cold like Mike Warburton?
If it was me, myself, I'd
25.
probably like to be in Bradley's shoes. You've got that one underneath your belt. You've got the experience of the stage and the crowd already this evening. And I think that's an advantage.
I agree. And I agree purely because
100.
the first game against Stephen Johnson went well for him. I think it'd be a negative had he come back after losing that game. I think that experience wouldn't help him in this situation.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that too.
77.
That's a bit unfortunate there for Bradley. Deflection off his dart. Didn't get enough power then to stick in the board.
Seen it a little bit more in recent times, and I put quite a bit of it down to the new flight systems that people are using, because they're so more rigid now, aren't they? When we was playing, there was very sort of like folded systems. These are quite thick, moulded, sort of shaped flights.
81.
And those sort of platters, it causes the impact that would normally cause the flight just to pop off the end of the stem.
Yeah, or to bend slightly. With these, they're so rigid. Which is, you get the aerodynamics of them is very good.
60.
But then they don't give should they need to.
Well, you'll probably remember when they first went to extra thick flights and we started having thicker flights with extra microns, and the argument then was, no, these are too thick, they'll cause deflections. Now we're going for something so much more extreme.
Yeah, it's the times of the standard kind of setup is going out slightly, and
6.
These solid setups are more likely to be on the youngsters' setup of darts anyway.
Starting to see people incorporate spinning flights as well, and stems, bringing those ones back just to sort of allow that little bit of give. And I think that's probably the next, well, I say evolution, but they say trends sort of come round, don't they? So hopefully I'll be trendy again in about 10 years.
100.
Never.
Bradley require 161.
The Warburton family in attendance. He said it meant quite a lot to him. We've already spoke about what it means to Bradley Roose to have some support here for him and how it's helped him throughout the week. Is that going to be
81.
that little
Like you
spark that
require
Warburton
81.
needs to produce his best this evening? Because this night is for the taking.
Finds a treble 12. So double 18. Double.
Game shot of first leg.
Sorry.
Mike Warburton.
Double 13. I was only 10 out,
Second
so
leg.
right.
It's Mike to throw first.
Yeah, it was close enough, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Mike knew what he needed to do.
Yeah, don't worry about it, eh?
He won the leg. Break a throw, the most important part of that. He's just
125.
finding a little bit more flow tonight. Last night when things weren't going well for him, it just felt like he was being a little bit too deliberate. Certainly in his approach, just taking a bit too long to get to the off cue. It was
43.
like he was overthinking things, just trying to make sure. And we talk a lot about the action of Mike Warburton being so good, but you've got to trust it. And maybe the lack of trust just coming
100.
from what he alluded to in that interview, that the Challenge Tour hasn't quite gone well for him this year. He has reached the last 16 as a seasonal best, that one coming in event number 6, but certainly in the last batch of events,
140.
events 10 through to 15, that was not what we expect of Mike Warburton, just reaching the last 64 on 2 occasions, early exits in pretty much all the events.
100.
Hasn't he got a lovely throw, though? It's so solid. There's no movement in the body at all for Mike Warburton.
100.
Easy on the eye.
Yes, indeed.
But I think there's an interesting clash in this group as well, especially if there's quite a lot riding on it. I think Mike Warburton, Stephen Johnson could be an interesting game. That will happen tonight. They are both in Group 1. And I think they're two players that can get quite emotional at times with a game and got some ingredients there for quite a clash. But that's in the future. This is the now. And Mike Warburton,
100.
a couple of successful darts away from doubling his lead.
Yeah, so 96 now for Mike. He'll stay there. Well, I can't find the treble 20, so
56.
sets
Bradley
it up for
require
tops.
118.
Chance now for Bradley to take out this 118. He'll stay there. Can't find the treble 20.
94.
But does find the treble
Mikey
18
require
to leave
40.
himself 24 should he get a chance.
And that's how these early exchanges have felt, that Mike Warburton has just been a blow ahead at the moment.
Game shot on the
He's
second
cashing
leg.
it in.
Mike
He's not
Warburton.
giving away any opportunities. Rod Harrington once said a break is
Third
only a
leg,
break
it's Bradley
when you
to the
hold your
reverse.
throw.
Game on.
So if that is the case here, Mike Warburton has just confirmed it. But Bradley Roose has been in this position already this evening. He went 2-0 down to Stephen Johnston.
100.
However, it's got to be said, I think Mike Warburton playing a little bit better than Stephen Johnson was at that point.
But Bradley may be thinking that exact same thing. Well, you know, I've done it before tonight. I've been 2-0 down. I can do it again.
Maybe needs to work on his artistry a little bit.
60.
Yeah, nice picture of a pig, wasn't it?
Thought it was a cloud.
$60.
Well, finds
96.
trouble with his last start there.
And it's a vital leg this for Bradley Roose. If Wolverton gets that double breaker throw, Bradley will be in trouble here. And because he only won the opening game by 4 legs to 3, he's going to be in that same situation where he's going to be sat in the back, sort of wanting different permutations, having a camera probably shoved in his face again. Sort of the big clip, the big story of Group C, wasn't it? Bradley Roose celebrating in the back room as
26.
action happened out on the stage that got his passage through to Saturday night.
Yes, indeed, and disappointing darts there from Bradley Roose. Only scoring 26.
But you're noticing the change in demeanour as well of Bradley Roose. He's starting to get frustrated.
Yeah, just needs to keep his composure.
58.
Well, he's not having much luck at the moment. Does leave himself a finish, but you feel that Warburton is in control of this leg.
60.
Well, he could have
Bradley
been.
require
Just the
161.
one treble there would have got himself down to a potential 2-darter. Bradley Roose may feel he's going to get 6 here. He's going to need them. But Warburton could do to Bradley Roose what Bradley Roose did to Stephen Johnson, finding one of those one treble combinations for a double breaker throw. Key exchange coming in here.
$57.
So a chance now for Bradley
require 96.
to take out the 96 to get a leg on the board. Needs the treble 20. Oh, okay, going that. It's a top cent. Oh, what a shot there from Bradley Hughes.
Full flag. It's
Big
Mike to throw
moment.
first.
Mike Warburton was breathing down his neck, looking for that double breaker throw. Bradley Roose needed to find a bit of perfection. The double-double will make him feel so much better about himself right now. And maybe
100.
will be telling himself that story that we was just painting a second ago of, I've got an opportunity here because I was 2-0 down against Stephen Johnson and ended up turning it around. And just like that Stephen Johnson game, we said Warburton was potentially playing better at that point than Johnson was, but Warburton just taking the foot off the gas a little bit.
$85.
Not finding any of those big power scores, is he, Warburton, at the moment? He's finding plenty of the sort of shots that gel things together. 9 times he's found the score of a ton or more, but no 140s, no 180s. And that will be where Bradley Roose will feel he can get himself back into this game if he can just start finding a couple of those double or triple shots.
60. $100.
There we see that, can see there that both players
140.
leave their left arm down by their side whilst they're throwing.
Can just cause you to rotate sometimes when it's so far away. A lot of the times the
100.
throwing hand will go to collect a little bit too early and can just cause that little bit of a twist. See it so many times, especially with the younger players and the quicker players, the players that play with that rhythm. Oh, but this is on.
Game shot on the fourth
What
flag.
a find,
Mike
what
Warburton.
a hit. Mike Warburton knows how important that was. Bradley Roose was just coming back and, well,
Fifth flag, it's
that
Bradley
tells
to
you
the
everything,
first.
doesn't it?
Game on.
It was fighting back the smile to, oh, what a bit of relief.
Yeah, and this is a must-win
140.
Bradley Roose to give himself a chance.
I'm sure you've had
40.
to sit back and watch people that you've cared about play games before.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it worth playing or watching?
I guess it's watching because you're not in control, and when you're playing, you're the only person that can be in control up there. So anything that you do is down to you. Whereas a spectator, there's nothing you can do to help. Only cheer encouragement.
140.
And I suppose you watch both sides as well, don't you? You watch the opponent sort of hoping that they don't do the good stuff. But that's a nice inviting dart there, Bradley Roose, right on top of the wire, exactly where he'd want it to be.
85.
But again, that violent deflection, which we're seeing so much more with modern equipment changes.
$100.
So 140 here, he would love. Settle for a ton.
60.
Okay, I'll shut up.
These the 116, which we've just seen Mike Warburton convert.
100.
Just continues to chip away with those 1 treble shots. A different route for the 116, but the same outcome. Back-to-back 116 finishes here, 1 apiece. And Bradley Roose trying to fire himself up, trying to find a way back into this game. And that has been a real asset for him tonight, because that was the thing that's helped him turn the game around against Stephen Johnson, those tumpless checkouts.
Yes, super darts there from Bradley Roose.
108.
And then Mike Warburton whacks in a 180. And this leg that he has the darts with.
Bit of a point celebrate. It was almost like an Alan Shearer that to the board, wasn't it? The arm up at the side. Younger viewers probably haven't got a clue what I'm on about.
And they probably only remember Alan Shearer as a commentator and pundit, not in his playing days. For Newcastle in England.
Well, the assessment going into the back end of this game was Mike Warburton is finding those one treble shots, and it will open a door for Bradley Roose. And as we've got into the business end, he's started to find it. And Mike Warburton said yesterday, when it's time to play, he normally turns up, certainly here at the Super Series. And he's proving that again right here.
57.
Needs a couple of trebles here. Well, Warburton's going to be guaranteed 6.
98.
Can't find it.
Like you require,
6 darts now for Mike
164.
Warburton to pick up the victory by 4 legs to 2 and put himself in quite a strong position here in Group 1.
Well, he finds the treble 20. Treble 15 was the target, not to be found. So looking to set it up.
96.
Leaves himself 68, and he will be back for that.
Guaranteed the shot will feel that he's going to be getting at least a match dart. Looking over to the scoreboard there to see where Bradley Roose is. But the one thing it doesn't do, it doesn't affect the chance and the opportunity that is here right now. 68 points away from winning his opening game.
Double 4 then.
60.
Can't be found, so there is a chance
Bradley
here for
require
Bradley.
111.
Take out 111.
We've just seen him take out the 116. He's taken out the 126. He's taken out the 130. This one, numbers-wise, would be the smallest of them all, but in context would be the biggest. And it's on. He's missed the board. A wild dart, and that is what we've been talking about all week. The dart dropping low, the dart standing to attention, and what a time to have a bit of a howler. With Mike Warburton waiting in the wings to win the match. He'll be saying thank you very much right now. He doesn't have to see the drama of Bradley Roose having a dart to level this up. For the match.
Game shot and the match, Mike Warburton.
And what a way for it to end. You can see the disappointment there for Bradley Roose. But Bradley Roose is not out of this yet. He has won a game this evening. That won 4 legs to 3 against Stephen Johnston. But now he's going to have to do exactly what he did in Group C, and that's go to the back room and wait and hope for results to go his way. Mike Warburton has done his part. A 4-2 success. He'll be coming up later against Stephen Johnson. But before that, we're going to go back to Group 2. Jamie Hughes needs a win. He's taking on Tom Cromwell.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where this is what we've seen on finals night of week 2 of Series 11. A 4-3 win for Bradley Roose in Group 1, but then he went down 4-2 to Mike Warburton. In Group 2, Scott Taylor got the better of Jamie Hughes 4-1. Hughes back in action and in need of a victory in his next game. He takes on Tom Cromwell, the Southport player who is appearing for the first time tonight. And I did have a little chat with Tom before the evening's action got underway. Tom, congratulations on making it through to finals night, first of all. A really good campaign. Do you feel that you really showed what you could do this week?
Yeah, considering like from last time, I think it's a lot more consistent, but still think it's got a few more gears in me, and hopefully tonight I'll prove that.
Yeah, that must be a good feeling, because you pretty much dominated Group C, so if you didn't feel like you got out of, say, third gear, then you must feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously after the first day, after going 5 from 5, I knew that I needed to win a couple of games the next day. So once I beat Ware's first game, then I didn't take my foot off the gas, but I knew I was sort of there. But yeah, tonight could be my night, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it there, it's probably hard to keep that intensity subconsciously when you pretty much know you're through, but tonight it's going to be brutal, isn't it? So that will sharpen the mind, I suppose.
Absolutely, tonight's cutthroat. I know it's the best players from this week who are all competing tonight, so hopefully I'm there come the final.
And what would it mean to you to get to that final and maybe to take that next step, win it and get through to Champions Week?
Everything, you know. I'm only from a little town, so me being here is good for our town, put our town, Southport, on the map, so hopefully I can be there.
And just tell us a little bit about the darts scene there, where you're playing your darts, and obviously you've been here as an ADC qualifier, etc. What is that? What is the scene like there?
It's good now. You know, we have kids academies, waiting lists, and a few of the kids look up to me. But at the end of the day, I'm just Tom, and I try and play the 401 league and try and get myself out there. So this is brilliant for me.
Well, you've made him proud this week. You might make him even prouder tonight. Good luck.
Cheers, Chris.
To move 3-0 up in double quick time. Can't argue with that. Treble, so on the treble 12 route for double 16. More on that later. For Tom Cromwell. Dispatching 80 and 2 darts there for a break of throw.
Game on for Tom Cromwell here at the Modus Super Series. The man from Southport making it through to finals night, and he did it in very, very convincing fashion, didn't he? A dominant performance, really, in Group C over the last couple of days to book his place on that stage, and he has a chance to book his place in the semi-finals with a game to spare. If Cromwell can get the victory over Jamie Hughes here, then that will mean Hughes is eliminated and Cromwell will qualify along with Scott Taylor, who beat Hughes 4-1 earlier in the evening. Just as a little subtext, if Hughes manages to get a 4-0 win in this match, then he will guarantee his qualification for the semi-finals. There are Team Cromwell, the Southport players. Well, they've got the full routine ready. That's been practiced, hasn't it? That's taken more than 2 days. They expected him to be here. But will he be giving them something to celebrate come the end of the evening, or indeed the end of this
First
match? Jack
leg,
Garwood
it's
gets
Jamie
proceedings
to throw
underway.
first.
Matthew Edgar and Trina Gulliver will talk you through it.
Welcome back here to the Super Series then. We've got Jamie Hughes. This is Tom Cromwell.
108.
And that's a superb start there from Yozza as he piles in a maximum.
97.
It's an uphill climb here, isn't it, for Jamie Hughes? Knows there's only one way he can guarantee his passage. That is the 4-0 success. But we know he's got the quality. This is a player who's won titles on the European tour.
60.
We know he's got the quality to come up here and pick up a 4-0 success, and he may even have picked up some vibes from Tom Cromwell in the back, because I think there was one thing that was quite notable about the players before darts was thrown was Tom Cromwell was just looking a little bit more edgy.
140.
Very inexperienced at this sort of level, and was very keen to sort of talk down his pedigree, shall we say, in regards to being from the small town and not really playing much darts. Spoke this week about there only being one league in his area, and that's a 401.
So 59 left.
81.
Leaves himself tops.
$58. Jamie
Chance
requires
for Hughes
40.
To get a leg on the board. Topsy requires.
Game shot on the
Topsy's
first
found.
leg. Jamie Hughes.
Moves into a 1-0 lead in this match.
Second leg, it's Tom
Super
to the
quick time.
first.
13 data from Jamie Hughes. That lays down a marker. We talk about the
134.
localised scene. There are various different leagues and systems out there, and they don't always play traditional 501. The 401 adopted in the area of Tom Cromwell.
91.
It's very similar for ourselves, wasn't it? Southam, 401, double start, double finish.
It was. Back in the day.
Some leagues 7'6" they throw from. Some leagues are throwing from 8 foot. I believe the News of the World was 8 foot as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
The News of the World, the most ruthless format in the world. I think best of 7 is a little bit tight. The News of the World, from the very first game to the final, was best of 3.
Yeah, very, very cutthroat.
$96. $57.
When we talk about various areas of which you play from, if you play around the Birmingham area, certainly when you was playing in the Warwickshire Super League, any time you was over that side of the Super League, you would always get that expression, suck his eyes. Or, now you're sucking diesel was the other one.
94.
Yeah, that's true.
Don't quite understand the link and the relationship to darts,
Jamie
but
require 80.
So 20 now for tops. Tops then for Jamie Hughes.
60.
Can't quite
Jamie
find
require
it, just underneath.
136.
Chance now for Tom to take out 136. Can't be done now. So Jamie will return for 20.
Require 20.
this is not the performances we've seen from Tom Cromwell. This is not the Tom Cromwell that dominated Group C. But you could get an opportunity here. Good marker there for Jamie Hughes, not able to use it. And despite the fact he's not been playing well here, an opportunity for Cromwell to get himself into this match.
We can't find tops.
Jamie, you require 10.
So yet another chance for Jamie to take out 10. Looks like he's splitting. 2 for double 4.
Two. Tom, you require 4.
Well, he's had it in his hands here for that 4-0 victory, which
Game shot on the second
would
leg.
have
Tom
guaranteed
Cromwell.
his passage. Now, there is no way Jamie Hughes can guarantee a way through to the semi-final. He'll
it's
have to
Jamie
go
to
to
the
more
reverse.
darts or
Game
results going his way. But the first thing he's got to do is make sure of this one. And he'll be wondering how he's not 2-0 up.
55.
Yeah, missed opportunities there for Jamie. Be kicking himself.
100.
One thing he can't do is let Tom Cromwell settle, because the opening couple of legs here have not been good for Tom Cromwell. It's not been the level of which we've seen. We're seeing him at the back throwing phantom darts at times, just trying to get a bit of feeling and get comfortable on the stage. And when Jamie Hughes starts missing, it's going to let
140.
Cromwell realise that actually this is no different to what I was doing in the week.
No, you just feel that he needed that leg to give himself a little bit of
85.
confidence.
$45.
Hello, Maya.
$91.
So she'll be tuning in, watching the darts, following her player this evening.
58.
Could be one of the
Jamie require
junior players from the
170.
Southport Academy, of which Tom Cromwell has told us is already oversubscribed as darts continues to develop as a sport, and
26.
the development of academies and
Tom, you require
systems and opportunities for players and pathways that allow players like Tom Cromwell opportunities up here against players like Jamie Hughes, who's
Jamie
graced
require
those World Championship
144.
stages, who's picked up European Tour titles and presents you as an equal.
$96. Tom, you require 58.
Well, chance now for Tom. Tops.
18.
Can't find it. So a chance now for
Jamie
Jamie
require 48.
to take out 48 for a 2-1 lead. Double 16 it is then. Double 8 now. And he finds it
Shot
with
on
his
the
third
leg.
dart.
Jamie Hughes.
Moves in to a 2-1 lead.
Fourth flag. It's Tom to the first. Game on.
These games can become quite hard to win as well when you're seeing your opponent struggle like Jamie
139.
Hughes is, seeing Tom Cromwell not play the same sort of levels here. And when you're in a position like Jamie Hughes is and you need the win, you can
96.
almost try to take advantage and almost try too hard when ultimately Cromwell's coming up a little bit dry.
60.
Lots of love.
$82.
Well, manages to find the treble 19 with his last start after the deflection into the 5.
42.
I think this is where that conversation comes in again of, is being Jamie Hughes an advantage here? Has been on the stage
57.
and played already. And you do really feel it is an advantage because Cromwell just not settling.
60.
No, can't find the treble.
$121.
Another deflection. Big deflection there. Into the 1.
100.
Well, that
Jamie
could be a key
require
dart
145.
coming into the back end of leg number 4. Gets him down to a very gettable finish and just changes this equation a little bit for Jamie Hughes, but it's on. It's off. But it's left very, very handy.
Tommy require 100.
But tops now. A double 15. Oh, and he finds it. Double 5, double 15. Levels the match at 2 apiece.
Fifth flag, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
I think they're enjoying this game just as much as Cromwell is. Very, very engaged with their player.
123.
Scott Taylor, the third player in this group. He's already been on the stage. A 4-1 success over Jamie Hughes. He'll like what he's seeing here as well, because whoever wins this game isn't going to be winning it with quite a legs difference. So it's going to really strengthen the position of Scott Taylor. That's the beauty of this format. Sometimes you can be off the stage and it could still be going right for you.
Yeah, right. Nip and tuck. Every leg
100.
is so important.
$58. Jamie, you require 138.
Finds the first treble 19. Finds the second treble 19.
126.
Some way off the 12, the double 12.
But Cromwell, some well off, getting to a finish.
140.
Tried to turn away the no
Jamie
look.
required 12.
Did that earlier in the week with success. Plenty of time here for success for Jamie Hughes. Doesn't need to be going on the double 3.
Game's on the fifth leg.
Well, that second
Jamie
dart
Hughes.
for the 2 was a great dart. Great
Sixth flag,
marker
it's Tom
for
to
the
throw
double 2.
first. Game on.
Jamie, 3-2 ahead.
A leg away from getting some points,
96.
Suck his eyes out, Bush.
but yeah, seems a very weird fetish, that one, doesn't it?
40.
I can't say it's something I'd try.
$58.
What about you?
61.
No, not for me, that. Different sort of show, that one.
58. $100.
A nice ton there for Jamie.
$57.
I suppose the bonus here, or the benefit for Cromwell, is he's not played his best by quite some distance. It's been a significant drop-off in regards to the performance, but he's still well and truly in this game.
83.
He's got the advantage of throw here. There's not much on the scoreboard. We'll go to a last leg decider. He only needs one good leg. And he'll eliminate Jamie Hughes and book himself a place in the semi-final.
Well, that 140 helps him out. Leaves himself 92. But that's a great 140 there from Jamie Hughes 92. As well. So 92 now. Went for the double 18.
56. Jamie, you require
Leaves himself 36, but will he get a chance? It's Jamie on 77.
$57.
He will get a chance.
Tom, you require 36.
He'll get a shot to take us the distance. Only the one dart, the one opportunity. And this is where things can get a
Seventh
little
and
bit
final
tricky.
leg. It's Jamie to throw
Hughes will
first.
feel he should have had this
Game on.
game done and dusted a long time ago. Hasn't cashed in the chances. He's let his opponent live. And Cromwell now just needs one good leg. And Jamie Hughes would be out.
140.
A good start there from Jamie. Does have the advantage in this leg.
139.
Throwing first. But that's a good reply from Tom Cromwell.
Cromwell will get another game. He'll be taking on Scott
26.
Taylor, but that's not the time there for a wayward visit for Jamie Hughes. This is the chance for Tom Cromwell. And this is the danger. When you don't put someone away.
58.
He doesn't really punish it though.
Hanging in the balance. Very little to separate the pair, but that moves Cromwell to a finish. He'll get a chance, an outside chance. But he may get a couple of shots at it. Jamie Hughes looking at the bullseye, gets himself down to a finish, but this is advantage Cromwell.
Well, Jamie will
60.
get a pop
Jamie require 170.
at the 170. Well, it can't be done now. So Tom will be back for the 104.
58.
And the
Tom, you
second that
require
first start missed, you
104.
saw Tom Cromwell trying to G himself up for this shot.
56.
Bringing it down.
Jamie require 112.
May have to survive a match start here. He's living every single moment here, Tom Cromwell.
72.
And he survives the match start.
Tom, you require 48.
That's what it means to the family and friends.
Well, another one of them. He can't find it.
43.
Finds the big 11
Jamie, you require 40.
with his third dart. So a chance now for Jamie Hughes to nick this. Tops. Can he use the barrel?
No
he
score.
can't. So yet again,
Tom, you require
a chance for
5.
Tom.
That could be it for Jamie Hughes. 4 match starts have come and gone. Tom Cromwell be expecting a couple more here. Jamie Hughes could be about to face the elimination door. That was close. I like the play. Tom Cromwell doing this in 2 parts. Was a little too close for comfort to the wire. Reapproaches the hockey, recomposes himself.
3.
And he just can't get over the line. It's been a nervy
Jamie,
game.
you
It's been an edgy
require
game.
40.
And he's not cashed it in.
Yeah, frustration there for Tom Cromwell. Both players missing match points. So tops now for Jamie Hughes. And he finds it with his third dart. A 4-3 victory there for Jamie Hughes over Tom Cromwell. Jamie an 81.80, 74.63 for Tom Cromwell. 1 maximum for Jamie Hughes. And 4 out of 20 for Jamie. 3 out of 10 for Tom. We come back next with Mike Warburton and Stephen Johnson.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, live and free on Pluto TV, where it's finals night on week 2 of Series 11, and it's come to Game 5, which means, well, it's time for us to try and paint those permutations. On the stage right now, 2 players who are trying to force their way through to the semi-finals. Now, Stephen Johnson lost his opening game to Bradley Roose. Mike Warburton won his opening game against Bradley Roose. The pair of them doing battle to see who can qualify. Now, Warburton only needs 2 legs if he is going to make it through. If he doesn't reach 2 legs, then the Dutchman Bradley Roose, who qualified for finals night by sitting in the back room watching on, will do that again. Johnson will qualify with any victory here. That's because his defeat was so slender to the 20-year-old. And a win of 4-1 or 4-0 would see him go through alongside Bradley Roose. The game about to get underway, so Warby needing a couple of legs to get through. Johnson needing to win to book his place in the semi-finals. Talking you through the action and every twist and turn.
First
It's back to Trina
it's
and
Mike
Matt.
to throw first. Game on.
Did you get all that, Trainer?
No, it went straight over my head. Yes, I just about got it.
Well, what we'll do is we'll work through them one by one as the game goes, and we'll see what we can cross off and tick. But the one thing we do know is Bradley Roose,
140.
he's aware of all the permutations. He understands it. He is one of those players that likes to know, as we know from the reactions that we saw in that Group C campaign. So once again, Bradley Roose finds himself, don't we all love the darts, in the back room, watching the telly, looking for results. And maybe, depending how that goes, Bradley Roose may not love the darts.
28.
Well, Stephen Johnson has had quite a wait for this second game of his. That could tell a tale in itself.
It's a great point. It's a long time, especially when your experience of the stage wasn't a positive one. He did lose 4-3 to Bradley Roose after being 2-0 ahead in that game as well. He had the advantage of throw and wasn't able to convert it. And his average in that game was down by about 6 points on his weekly stats. It's a long time to sit pondering.
60.
Again, it's a situation where you're out of control. Everybody else is making progress, yet you're not.
60.
But he did the minimum requirement, did he? He got to 3 legs, which means all he's got to do is win. He doesn't have to win by a score. Doesn't have to worry about the permutations. It's essentially a quarter-final game for him.
125. Stephen, you require 141.
Well, 61 required. Might go the ball route. $25.
130.
Manages to
Mike,
hit
you
the ball.
require 56.
Always get it when you don't want it.
Game shot on the first leg, Mike Warburton.
And that's something that Bradley Roose wouldn't have wanted to see. Because one more leg for Warburton
Second
will guarantee
leg,
his
Stephen to the
passage through to the
reverse.
semi-finals.
Game on.
And it's probably going to be one of those games for Bradley Roose where he's going to be
57.
changing sides. To begin with, he's probably thinking, come on, Stephen, get out there. Big, strong win, 4-0, 4-1. Then he's probably switching across now to Camp Warburton, where he's thinking, well, if Warby wins, then Johnson's lost both of his games, so I'll go through with Warby.
100.
That's the swings and roundabouts we go ahead. Talk about.
85.
It's one of the things we love so much about Saturday night. The heightened jeopardy, the permutations, the possibilities, the twists, the turns, the highs, the lows. You see what it means to the players because the carrot of the prize is getting bigger all the time. £5,000 for the week. Can't even watch. In fact, I was mightily impressed by those phone skills there, actually.
I was just thinking that myself.
She wasn't even looking and she's pressing all the buttons.
Yeah. Oh,
I'd be interested to know if that was spelt correctly or if it was like a load of...
59.
If it was random letters and numbers.
Really would love to know that text. And thumbs as well.
Yeah,
100.
I'm one of those that one finger stabs it around the
Me
keyboard.
too.
Yeah.
Me too, absolutely. It must be an age thing.
Double thumb action.
140. Mike, you require
The action on the
101.
stage, though. Warburton 101 points away from booking himself a place in the semi-finals. Needs a treble to get a dart. Not going to go.
69.
Leaves it
Stephen,
handy.
you require 60.
Can Johnson tighten up?
Double 10. Double 5 then.
55.
Just wires it.
Mike, you require 32.
So a chance now for Warburton to go 2-0 ahead.
This is the leg he needs. This is the points he needs. Does he know it? Does Mike Warburton know that that is the dart that has booked himself a place in the semi-finals? I'm not sure.
Third leg,
I think
it's
he's just
Mike
gone
to
up there with the
throw first.
attitude. I'm just going up here. I
Game
need
on.
to win. And I'm not sure the family know either, because there wasn't really too much of a show of emotion there.
Oh, sometimes, do you want to know?
60.
No. Personally, absolutely not. You just want to go up there and focus on winning, because that's hard enough in itself, and you don't want mini challenges within the
100.
challenges.
No, exactly. I think you can overthink things a little bit, can't you?
I am just hearing some information coming through, though, that Warburton thinks he needs 3 legs.
60.
Right. Hence, not much of a celebration then.
So he's tried to work it out a little bit, but got it wrong.
99.
Imagine if he loses this 4-2. Comes off stage thinking he's out. Imagine that.
He'll be devastated, wouldn't he?
And because he's reached 2 legs now, Bradley Roose, his only way getting through is with a Warburton win. Any Johnson win, any turnaround here, and Bradley Roose is gone.
But does Bradley think he needs 3 as well?
Oh, that'd be a twist.
Oh, now then. Are we overthinking things now?
Always do it at this stage of a Saturday night. Part of me's hoping there's a camera there just in case.
100.
Bit evil, really, that, isn't it?
$83.
And the other thing is, with the 0 reaction from the family, I wonder if Warburton, when he's walked to the stage, has said to them on the way past, I need 3. Which means he thinks this is the
42.
shot. 41 points away from the semi-final, which he's
41.
already in.
Well, if he gets this, let's see his reaction. So double 16 now for a 3-0 lead. Yes, and he takes it.
Mike Warburton.
And that is a 3-0 lead.
4 flag. It's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
For Warburton.
I was kind of hoping for a little bit more there, like a sort of relief, like, yes, I'm through. Yeah, a bit like when Glenn Durrant was at the Isle of Man and missed the double 16, but celebrated because he thought it was in.
$140.
Bradley Roose has been in these situations twice this week where he's needed a result to happen on the stage, and it's kind of just gone really easy for him.
140.
He's not been drawn into that to and fro, the missed opportunities. Imagine if Bradley went on to win this week. What a journey that would be. And he's a leg away from still being able to do so. Like Warburton, one more leg would book Bradley in the semi-finals alongside him.
This is like you say. This is where his allegiance turns. And he's now wanting Warburton to win this 4-0.
$60. Stephen, you require 161.
The 161 then. Can't be done now.
83.
Does find
Mike,
the treble
require
20 with his last start.
161.
Leaves himself on 78. But a chance now for Mike. Treble 17's the shot. Not this time.
97.
Maybe the
Stephen, you
last
require
chance, the last
78.
opportunity for Stephen Johnson to play any part further in this Saturday night. Oh, and that could be the end of his week in the
36.
most disappointing fashion. Strays off the 20,
Mikey
doesn't allow
requires
himself a
54.
dart at tops. The picture of disappointment. It could all be about to be over. Tops for Warby.
Game shot.
Tops he
And the match,
finds. A
Mike
4-0
Warburton.
success there for Mike Warburton. Stephen Johnson's had a great week this week. He's won his Group A campaign. He's through to a Saturday night, but he'll play no further part. Group 1 goes the way of Mike Warburton. 2 victories for him. A victory over Bradley Roose, a victory over Stephen Johnson. Mike Warburton goes through, taking Bradley Roose with him. Our attention will move to Group 2 now to see who's going to be going through there. Tom Cromwell will be taking on Scott Taylor.
54. Charlie Maguire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we'll just give you confirmation of the state of play tonight, week 2 of Series 11. In Group 1, Mike Warburton has qualified as the winner, taking Bradley Roose through with him as the runner-up, meaning Stephen Johnson is eliminated, having lost both of his group games in Group 2. Scott Taylor has actually qualified and needs 3 legs against Tom Cromwell in this next game to top the group. Jamie Hughes is relying on Scott Taylor to beat Tom Cromwell, while Cromwell himself must win this game to qualify. So it's kind of a game between Tom Cromwell and Jamie Hughes, but it's actually Cromwell and Taylor who are on the stage and guiding you through the action. For this one, I'm going to hand you back to Trina Gulliver and Matthew Edgar.
Well, there's been a lot of talk about different formats, hasn't there, within the world of darts, and there's one format that comes up quite a lot when people talk about different possibilities, and that is a wrestling crossover where we'll have a Royal Rumble of darts. This is kind of like another kind of crossover here in the fact we've got tag team darts, and Jamie Hughes has tagged in Scott Taylor to come into bat for him in this situation, which, if he was going to pick a tag team partner, Scott Taylor is a very good choice here at the Super Series.
Well, that's one way of putting it.
First leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
It's all going to be about the composure which Tom Cromwell can find. He said he wanted to come here and enjoy himself this week. He wanted to come and show what he can do. He certainly did that in Group C. but it's very hard to enjoy yourself under these circumstances.
96.
Yeah, could well be a bit of an edgy game, this.
It's kind of the same situation for Scott Taylor that he had last night. There's a lot of history repeating itself this week in the fact that Scott Taylor's already done his job. He's found his way through. He's in the semi-finals, but he's up there representing somebody else. And last night when he was in that position, he found some real passion and aggression to play the game with the utmost integrity. Ended up winning it with a 10-darter.
Yeah, that's what you'd expect from him as well.
94.
You know, every dart player wants to go up there and win, regardless of where they are.
65.
Especially on a finals night.
Exactly, because it just gives you more confidence going into your next game, doesn't it?
And let's not forget as well, Scott Taylor can top the group with 3 legs, and that could be key as well.
Game shot on the first leg, Scott Taylor.
Well, great shot there from Taylor. Taking out a ton.
Second leg, it's Scott
Takes the first leg of the match.
Game on.
And of course, a break of throw.
We say it would be an advantage to win the group. The reason of that is because it means by topping the group, he will have the throw in the semi-final. And when we get to the semi-final stage, you've been on the stage a couple of times, you'll expect to hit the ground running. So having the advantage of throw could be a real big advantage in this week.
40.
Like Warburton, the winner of Group 1, that due to the fact of winning both of his games this evening. So if Scott Taylor was to top this group, it means he'd be playing Bradley Roose.
100.
Oh, great darts there from Tom. Leaves himself 134.
91.
Finds a treble 17 with his last dart.
94. Scott, you require 130.
Positive for Cromwell is he's playing significantly better than that in the first game. The negative is playing Scott Taylor, who's continuing to play well, but no treble found there. Means Cromwell will return for a chance to get his throw back.
40.
Tops now then for Tom. 2 10s. Finds it with his second dart and levels the match at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Tom to the row first. Game on.
Cromwell support firmly engaged.
59. $121. 59. 140.
Good darts there from Taylor. Nice 140.
125.
Tom nearly matches it. Just a deflection into the 5.
Look at this display of scoring here from Scott Taylor. That is his asset. That is his game. When he's playing well, he starts to fire in those 2, those 3 treble combinations.
60.
That's what he's doing here. His second maximum of the game. An unintentional double-double here.
55.
Well, he's got time.
125. Scott, you require 5.
He's got time for one more visit, but Cromwell is there now should Scott Taylor make the mistake again. Oh, he has.
No score.
Wayward.
Tom, you require 75.
And now it makes you question, should he have even gone for the double 5 with Cromwell not on a finish?
Well, that's the big 18. Aim for and missed.
35. Scott, you require 5.
And that's been the problem for Cromwell. Just edgy this evening. Oh, it's all getting a bit messy. Another one of those, though. Double one.
Game's
Oh,
on the
wow.
third leg. Scott Taylor.
What a way to do it. Very unintentional there for Scott Taylor. You can see
Fourth leg. It's Scott to throw first.
what it means to Tom Cromwell. He is wearing that one. Scott Taylor sees the funny side when you've already qualified.
Yeah, a bit of a wry smile there from Scott.
45.
It was a great double one, though, with his third dart. Right in the corner. Although, as you say, unintentional.
The whole passage of that play really was just bizarre, wasn't it? From Scott Taylor hitting tops, going for the 20, to going for the double 5, missing the big number, Cromwell missing the big number,
97.
the double intentionally on the double 1, and then we go from that
140.
to chasing perfection. Could be our 4th consecutive breaker throw. Cromwell will certainly have time to cash in that possibility.
$43.
Well, big score from Scott here. Well, needs
58. Tom, you require
needed a treble.
138. $53.
Well, Tom will be back for that 85 as Taylor on 206. Can't finish looking to pressurise it.
Tom, you require
but doesn't.
85. $60. Scott, you require 146.
Well, if you thought double 1, double 1 hurt, this will hurt even more. Not going to go. And that's ideal situation there for Cromwell.
86.
Didn't want to see Scott Taylor get close to that. Have to go through the drama and the roller coaster of watching Scott Taylor have a chance to win that leg. And the leg goes the way of Tom Cromwell. Level we go again. Cromwell throwing
Fifth leg, it's
first.
Tom to throw first.
Can anyone hold?
Game on. $60.
A 17 dart leg there for Tom Cromwell.
57. $100
And a maximum.
His third of the game for Tom Cromwell. 5 in this match.
60.
Good signs here from Tom. Showing some real battling qualities. He hasn't found
43.
the level of consistency and the brilliance of which he found in Group C, but he's finding enough to keep himself in this one.
108.
Make that 6.
3 apiece now in the 180 section.
$140. Tom, you require 123.
1, 2, 3. Treble 18 was the target.
57. Scott, you
Chance
require
now for Taylor
64.
to take the 64 out.
And another breaker throw. Every single leg going against the darts.
44. Tom, you require 66.
But here we go. Cromwell to put his nose in front. To hold on to his throw for the first time in this game. And what a time to do so. He knows it. He is on the cusp.
Sixth flag. It's
Talk
Scott
about
to throw
timing.
first. Game on.
Good to see the emotion as well, isn't it? Good to see what it means to the players.
46.
Cromwell is literally living and breathing every single moment here on finals night. He's managed to keep it under check. He's managed to keep it in control during that Group C campaign. But when you dangle that carrot, when you put £5,000 on the line,
45.
things start to change a little bit.
$56.
Taylor starting to go wayward.
100.
Important last start there just to keep himself in this leg. The damage has kind of been done here if Cromwell can just convert this
58.
chance. He's a leg away from the semi-finals. That would have exceeded expectations.
60.
Well, Taylor can't find a treble. Cromwell
140.
putting himself in a real good position here.
$100. Tommy
down to a
require
finish.
127.
Advantage Cromwell. He'll get a match start at the bullseye.
78. Scott, you
A little bit
require
quick.
150.
A rush of adrenaline there and signals that that one was quite a distance away.
Well, Tom back now
57. Tommy
for
require
49. Double 16 then. Double 8 for the match.
33. Scott, you require 93.
2 match starts, well 3 match starts including the bullseye for Cromwell. Taylor just assessing the options. Cromwell will return.
39.
He's had 3 match starts already, been unable to convert. He had
Tommy
match
requires
starts
16.
against Jamie Hughes. He wasn't able to convert. Can he finally cross the line and book himself a place in the semi-finals? The missed starts continue to add up. And he gets it. Last start in hand. Tom Cromwell came here saying he wanted to enjoy himself. He is now in the semi-finals. And not only that, Scott Taylor goes through to the semi-finals with him, which means we are departing Jamie Hughes. Tom Cromwell really held it together there at the end. The 3 maximums really complementing his route to a 4-2 success there over fellow qualification player Scott Taylor. Reaction, analysis and more darts after the break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim Hughes.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Yeah, end of August, the next International Pairs Week. The last one was won by the Dutch duo of Jimmy Van Schie and Danny Van Tripe. And it's come to that time, which we're going to do every Saturday, where we will reveal a team that is playing in it. And we did reveal earlier in the week, Trina, that it was going to be the Netherlands. We can now reveal who the team is going to be, and you will not be surprised to learn that it is the duo we just saw on the screen. It was only right, Trina, wasn't it, that we invited the defending champions back to try and defend that title?
Absolutely, it's the only way to go, isn't it? Yeah, they had a great performance here that time, and so let's have them back to defend.
Absolutely, and Jeff Smith and Dawson Marshall, we announced last week, Team Canada are a brand new team. There will be more new teams. There might be some of the same countries with different players this time around, but that international pairs really caught the imagination, and I'm sure a lot of people are looking forward to the pairs on that stage again.
Yeah, it was a great success, wasn't it, that week? And the viewers loved it, so it's only right we have it back.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, let's just bring it back to this evening, when we do have a Dutch player in the semi-finals, of course. Bradley Roose has made it through. A 4-3 win against Steve Johnson in his opening match. Lost 4-2 to Mike Warburton, but then that last game, 4-0 for Mike Warburton over Johnson, sent Roose through with him. And then we saw Tom Cromwell really let out some emotion at the end of that game. He'd lost his first game to Jamie Hughes, but bounced back to beat Scott Taylor, who'd beaten Hughes earlier in the night, to go through with the man that he just beat. And it just showed what it meant to him, didn't it, to get through, to take on Bradley Roose in tonight's second semi-final.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it was an important match, wasn't it? And even so, Scott would have been there wanting to win the match himself, but wasn't to be, and Mike got over the line.
Absolutely. Scott Taylor here, having been a champion before, he's going to take on Mike Warburton. It looks like kind of two heavyweights meeting in one semi-final, and then a real opportunity for the other two in the other, if that's fair. But let's start with Scott Taylor. Has he emerged as the man to beat now?
I think so. Yeah, I think he is, and he would have wanted a win going into this. Obviously, there'd be a little bit of a knock of confidence, but you know, it's all to play for, and he's playing some good stuff, but at times missing important doubles.
Yeah, I mean, he's taken that out, that 1-5-2 there. Doesn't look too pleased about it, Trina, does he?
Well, he's so laid back sometimes, isn't he? He's quite. Can be quite horizontal sometimes, but he's quite a placid kind of guy, and yeah, you won't see much emotion from him.
Did give us something earlier tonight, though, in his interview when he said it was a real motivation for him to win it again. In fact, he said winning it once isn't that good, is it?
I know, well, yeah, that's big expectations, isn't it? But, yeah, I mean, winning it once is great, isn't it? But to win it again, of course, it's another step forward, isn't it? And, yeah, he'll be wanting to do that.
Yeah, I mean, the same applies not in terms of series, but in terms of winning a Saturday night for Bradley Roose, who he's had real mixed experiences when he's been here. He mentioned it himself that he's been before and he won a couple of games, but he's had plenty of runs to finals nights as well. And it was this finishing in that game against Johnson really that got him through, wasn't it? Yeah, it was some great finishing, and he's been like that all week. Well, to start off the beginning of the week, he didn't play very well at all. He's grew throughout the week, and he's got himself through somehow through to Saturday and through now to the semi-finals. There was a little bit of nervousness when he was trying to ensure he got through against Mike Warburton. Then on this 111 attempt, he gets the treble 20, goes down for the 19. Just talk us through what's happened here. How has that ended up there? Well, not quite sure, to be honest, but it's just one of them things that you know you're going for the big number and it's left his hand too late, and he's missed the board completely. But and that's the way it goes, unfortunately. And Mike Warburton mopped up, and for you, has he looked like the most comfortable player so far tonight? I wouldn't say the most comfortable, no. I think he's been a bit hit and miss at times. He's come into the fore a little bit later, but yeah, it's still wide open, I think. Yeah, well, let's just have another look then at the fixtures for the semi-finals, and we'll get Trina's opinion on who she thinks is going to win them. As we said, Warby and Taylor playing in the first, Cromwell, Roose in the second. So who are you expecting to be in the final? Well, going on what we've seen so far, I would say Scott Taylor and probably Tom Cromwell. However, saying that, Bradley has just had this massive effect of being able to get over the line and be a little bit lucky, to be fair. But so I don't know. It's hard. It's a hard one to call. And he's done it before, Bradley Roose. He's won on that stage before, whereas Tom Cromwell hasn't been in this position yet. Is there a danger that the occasion gets to him at some point? Yeah, that could well happen, and time will tell on that. But yeah, like you say, Bradley's been here before, knows the stage, and he's quite an experienced player for his age. Where does experience come into it? Because apart from Tom Cromwell, all of the other three players have actually won a Saturday night title at the Super Series. That must just give them some kind of edge. Yeah, I believe it will. You know, like you say, they've been here before. They've had the experience of winning here on this stage, and that could well be the telling factor tonight that gets the win. Certainly could be. Right, let's get the first semi-final underway then. It's Mike Warburton against Scott Taylor, and it's live here on Pluto TV.
Pops for Warby. Topsy finds. A 4-0 success there for Mike Warburton. He gets over the line in the end, you can see.
So here we go then, the final four, ready to duke it out to beat the final two, and indeed the one that makes it through to Champions Week. £5,000, remember, as well, goes in the pocket if you win a week at the Modus Super Series. But who will be getting their hands on the trophy tonight? It does have the feeling of a kind of box office bout, this. Scott Taylor and Mike Warburton, two of their most experienced players in this venue, and both, when they're on their game, capable of reaching great heights. But can they be on their game here? If they both are, then it will be an explosive encounter. And guiding you through the action, I'll hand you back to Trina, who's joined Matthew Edgar in commentary.
Not just two very experienced players here at the Super Series, but two very successful players here at the Super Series in Scott Taylor and Mike Warburton. And this is where winning the group really does come into play, because when you get two players like this who's got good ceilings, good levels of consistency, good quality, you tend to find that advantage of throw can really come into play. And that's where Scott Taylor maybe kicking himself slightly, losing that game 4 legs to Tom Cromwell. But that man, Mike Warburton, has been excellent tonight. 4-2 success over Bradley Roose. 4-0 success over Stephen Johnson, averaging 90 for the night. Scott Taylor, not quite as high in regard to the averages, down around about the 83 mark. But this, for me, looking across the statistics of the week, feels like the scorer versus the finisher. Scott Taylor, big power scorer around the 140, 180 mark, taking on Mike Warburton.
First leg, it's Mike to throw
On
first.
Thursday,
Game on.
the checkout percentage of 47%. That is world-class, elite level stuff. But the one thing that has been noted about Warburton this evening is there are a lot of one treble visits.
140.
Needs more of those if he's going to live with the scoring power of Scott Taylor.
100.
And he's just checking his run up here a little bit. He was doing this last night, and it wasn't always bringing out the most positive results.
100.
Sometimes just was a little bit too deliberate, trying to make sure of things.
100.
And he didn't make sure of anything when he'd taken on Scott Taylor for the last couple of evenings in Group B action. Scott Taylor, a 4-2 victory
Mikey require
on Thursday's play before backing that up with a 4-3 success on Friday.
Well, the shot's on.
113.
You know what Warburton will be thinking? Yeah, that could have been Thursday and Friday, but today's Saturday, and Thursday and Friday mean nothing.
83. Mikey
A
require
solid
8.
start here from Warby. On the outer ring after 12.
Double 4 required.
Game shot on
Double
the
4
first leg,
taken
Mike
out.
Warburton.
His first start gets the first leg on the board.
Second leg,
13
it's Scott
dart
to throw
leg
first.
there.
Game on.
Mike Warburton.
We've talked about what it could mean for all the different players.
140.
Jamie Hughes earlier on in the evening saying this could be something that really starts to reignite his career. For Warburton, you feel like this could be his sort of defining moment. Yes, he's won a week before.
41.
But to win another week, to become a multiple champion here at the Super Series, I think would just elevate him, certainly within his own
140.
mind. Because he is quite a confident character as it goes. And if he had a couple of titles in different series, I think that could be the thing he needs to then be able to go out onto the events like the Challenge Tour, where he's not found much success so far this year, and start picking up some big results.
Yeah, could well be. And, you know,
98.
it'd be a massive confidence boost, wouldn't it, to get another win here. It's given Modus Super Series has given so many people opportunities to progress their game,
59. Scott, you
to
require 123.
take it further, to have that stage presence.
65.
Chance to play on TV. And obviously a chance to play for some big, big prize money as well. £5,000 in a week. Plus your group money as well. Good week's work. And obviously the big carrot
45.
dangling of
require
Champions
58.
Week. £25,000 will be on the line. A title this man has had his hands on.
Game shot on the second leg. Scott Taylor.
Taylor
Third leg.
taking
it's
it
Mike
out
to throw first.
to level the match at
Game
one
on.
apiece. 15 dart leg there.
Winning legs are 13 and 15. Strong
100.
from the players throwing first. Both going out in 5 visits. That's what you need to really command the match. Really
95.
force your opponent into having to do something in 12. The smile has gone as she nervously watches on Warby.
140. $140.
Scott throws his darts very hard, doesn't he?
He does, and it tends to be the harder he throws them, the more venom he has within his game, the better he seems to do.
140. $59. Mike, you require
There is Jamie
121.
Hughes. He takes part in the Group 2. Now eliminated from proceedings. Scott Taylor and Tom Cromwell navigating their way through that group.
$81. $57. Mike, you require 40.
So tops now for Mike.
For another 13 darter.
Game shot
It
the
is.
third leg. Mike Warburton.
Mike Warburton with the darts has gone 13-13. That leaves Scott Taylor having to go out in 4 visits.
Fourth leg. It's Scott
If Warburton
to throw
can keep
first.
this going, if he can
Game
keep going out in 5 visits here, there'll be very little that Taylor can do. And now what that'll do
100.
is put further pressure on Scott Taylor that he's going to have to keep his darts. He's going to have to hold the throw.
Yeah, great performance here
60.
by Mike. Current averages just over 95 and a half for both
137.
players.
Well, we said Mike Warburton, if he was going to win this game, had to up his scoring power. He's found 4 scores of 140 or more. In fact, he's outscoring
58.
Scott Taylor on those big power plays. And this is what Warburton said in the week. He said it's all about on the night, and on the night he tends to turn up. He followed that up tonight by saying there's something about the Super Series that seems to bring out the best in him. Both of those statements right now appearing very true.
$81. Scott, you require 124.
Well, a chance for Scott now to level the match.
54.
Just looking like he's not really happy with his game, isn't he, Scott Taylor? It's all looking like a little bit of hard work for him this evening.
Yeah, looks a bit dejected.
92. Scott, you require
There's a chance
70.
now. 70 requires. Double 8.
Game
Takes it
shot
with
on
his
the full
third
flag.
dart
Scott
and
Taylor.
levels the match at 2 apiece. That another 15
Fifth
dart leg.
It's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Good match this.
Yeah, the winning leg's absolutely quality. 2 13s for Warby, 2 15s for Taylor. No
100.
opportunities presenting themselves in the first half of the match.
23.
And what an awful time for a bounce out. That's if you're Scott Taylor. If you're Mike Warburton, you'll be loving it.
Yeah, he'd be rubbing his hands if he hadn't got his darts in his hands.
140.
Yeah, not advisable, that is it, rubbing your hands with darts.
No. Them sharp, pointy things can hurt.
100.
Don't try this at home.
There it is. The smile of Jamie Hughes.
I suppose he's
100.
now just got to look forward to what's next, hasn't it, Jamie Hughes? And that's the beauty of darts nowadays. One door closes tonight, another one will open tomorrow.
140. Mike, you require 161.
Yes, indeed. And he says he's trying to revive his darting career. But this shot is on.
97.
Hughes trying to revive it. Warburton trying to create it. And he's 64 points away from being a leg away from the final
58.
once again.
Mikey requires 64.
And he's got time. And he can continue this pattern of play where he's holding his throw in 5 visits. Exceptional stuff.
Double 16 then.
48.
Well, doesn't find it, but he will be back.
Suppose if you are going to exceed that 5-visit block, the time to do it is when the opponent's not on the finish. Allows him to come to the board now, 3 in hand, for a 3-2 lead. Oh, that's inviting. Even more so.
No score.
Somehow he's managed to go inside the opening dart,
55.
and it's not gone in the double, which has presented Scott Taylor a very unexpected opportunity on his favourite double tops, and he cashes it in.
Scott Taylor.
The breaker throw there for Scott Taylor too.
Sixth flag.
There's
It's
17
Scott
dart
to
leg.
first. Game on.
So now advantage turns to Scott. Throwing first in this match, in this leg.
55.
The head was in the hands in the Warby camp, and it still is. They know that this is now becoming an uphill battle. Warby needs one of those big, strong legs. We know he can do it. He's done 2 13s already. But he's going to need something like that here. Taylor looking to serve it out, looking to get through to a final once again.
48.
I think he loves darts. The little fella there in the crowd.
$100. $81.
Even though he's winning, even though he's a leg away from the final, it all feels like hard work for Taylor. He's walking around with the head down. Lots of huffing and puffing. He does not feel comfortable. Warby's got to try and pick up on those vibes.
60.
Yeah, you can give your opponent some idea of how you're
140.
feeling. You can get your negativity, can rub off, and your opponent can use that as a positive.
He's averaging 92.5 here, Taylor. It's a decent performance.
100.
We'll be down to a finish. You will get a go at it, but Taylor, you feel he's going to be well and truly within range, looking to leave his favourite tops. Can't do so, but leaves himself handy. This may need to go. 2 treble 20s required. Oh, there's one, and that's inviting. It's sat up lovely. Oh, he went for the flight, tried to catch it.
100.
Just over pitched.
78.
And now you feel he's going to have to survive a match dart.
38. Mikey requires 60.
A chance now for Mike to level this match up. 20 for tops. Double 10 then. And double 10 he finds.
Mike Warburton
draws the scores level, 3 apiece. And we go into a deciding leg.
7 from final leg. It's Mike to throw first.
What a dart that was.
Game on.
Under that kind of pressure. And now he becomes favourite once again due to the fact of having the throw in which he has earned. Due to winning that Group 2 campaign. Scrap that, make that Group 1 campaign.
60.
Yet to taste defeat this evening, Warburton. Taylor has. Will that
50,
play
sir.
any bearing on the conclusion of this match? Nothing to separate the two after the opening 3. But 1 match dart has been already in the favour of Scott Taylor.
81. $100.
Well, only one treble visit there by Scott.
$60.
And a no treble visit there by Mike.
They felt soft, didn't they? They felt floaty. Bit safe, bit hopeful. Unlike Scott Taylor, who's just powering them in, forcing the issue, trying to make sure of things. Warby needs something similar here, anything less than 2 trebles, and he's gave away the darts he has. Advantage Scott Taylor once again.
Well, he does find a treble with his last dart, but like you say, he's given the darts away.
140.
And that's good darts there by Taylor. Leaves himself on 64.
Warby is in trouble.
Yeah, all he can do is try and pressurise.
60.
But can't
Scott,
find the
require
treble.
64. Game shot and the match. Scott Taylor.
That's it. Scott Taylor gets over the line in the end. Mike Warburton, another good week here at the Super Series, but he departs at the semi-final stage. The winner of Series 6, Scott Taylor, is through to the final. 4-3 success there over Warburton. A good quality game, average of 93, but the checkout percentage is what carried him through. 4 from 7 in the end. He's through, but who will he play? Bradley Roose, Tom Cromwell, up next. cards in hand, Tom Cromwell. Sometimes you come into a tournament and you just feel like your name is on the trophy.
Here we go then. Who will Scott Taylor face in the final? Will it be the young Dutchman Bradley Roose or the emerging talent from Southport Tom Cromwell, who's enjoying himself bouncing around that stage? He did let out some big energy at the end of his previous match when he qualified. A bit of a discussion going on between him and the referee Jack Garwood before this game gets underway. Bradley Roose, who is kind of, people think that it might be fate, really, that has helped him qualify so far this week. It didn't look like it was going to be his week, but it certainly has been. The game will get underway very, very shortly indeed, and I'll hand you over to Trina Gulliver and Matthew Egger to talk you through it.
Well, here we are then. Bradley Roose, Tom Cromwell, second semi-final, 28-year-old Tom from Southport. Uses 21 gram target darts against Bradley Roose from The Hague, the 20-year-old man, using a 24 gram custom.
And I think the big factor here is that Super Series best. Bradley Roose has won a week here before. He knows what it takes. He's been in this situation. He's got that experience and a positive experience. Not just the week he has won, but he has reached a final on multiple occasions as well. Where for Tom Cromwell, everything he is doing this week is all new.
Game on.
And although he was so exceptional in that Group C campaign, the only way you can describe tonight's performance so far is edgy. It's been nervy, but it's also been enough.
96.
And maybe now, after a couple of games, getting through to the semi-final, maybe now that he can start to play and enjoy the experience, just like he did that group campaign.
Yeah, and on the other side of the coin, you have Bradley Roose, who has somehow managed to get himself through, scrape through on occasions this week. Just done enough and relied on others to get him over the line as well with other results. So
57.
This could well be his night.
It could be the most bonkers week
96.
ever of any winner. And it'd be one of those that we talk about forever in regards to never giving up, always believing in the cause. You never know what the permutations are. He thought he was out. Bradley Roose, in that Group C campaign, when he lost his opening game to Jack Tweddle, he thought he was gone. And when you looked at the results, you probably would have thought exactly the same. He needed so many scores to go his way just to even be here. And then the same sort of scenario happened tonight, where he's in the back room hoping for scores and hoping
41.
for results, but he's still here and swinging.
Yeah, it just shows how well he can battle when the chips are down and when things aren't going his way. He's finding something to help him get over that line.
59.
Going into this game, you always felt it could get a bit edgy, could get a bit nervy. And there, evidence of that, missing the big number.
72.
You feel it's going to come down to either a moment of quality or cashing in on an error. Bradley is not settled right now, and you can tell that not because where the darts are landing, but how.
Game shot on the first leg. Tom Cromwell.
Quite often we can be guilty of suggesting someone's nervy because they're not hitting something. But
Second
what
leg,
Bradley's
it's
doing
Bradley
at the
to the
moment is he's
reverse.
not hitting something, and the dart's landing in at different angles, which means the dart is not coming out the fingers correctly. The release is off.
60. 46.
Well, there's Steve Johnson, winner of Group A this week. Doesn't find himself in the competition anymore.
And he was the favourite to win this night as well, wasn't he? Favourite to pick up the title, Stephen Johnson, but
100.
in stock when he goes back and he reflects on the week. I'm sure he'll be happy with his Group A success and further developments here at the Super Series when he goes back home and carries on in his ADC events, picking up titles on a regular basis.
46.
Yeah, he openly said in an interview that he'll, even if he doesn't win here tonight, he's going to go back with some positives.
Head held high was what he said, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And he can do exactly that after a successful Group A campaign.
60.
Speaking of successful campaigns, Cromwell has been very successful. Winner of Group C, 1-0 up here in the semi-final and starting to find a little bit more consistency here. And he'll probably find it quite settling that Bradley Roose at the moment isn't really coming back with too much.
45. Bradley require 170.
However, Bradley has left himself 170. Can he reel in the big fish? Well, not this time.
98. Tom, you require 150. $85. Bradley, you require 72.
72 for Bradley then, to try and get himself level in this match. Double 12. Double 6 then. And he finds it with his third dart. And does indeed level the match at 1 apiece.
When your checkouts are going, that's what builds you some confidence. He's not
Tom
really got his scoring boots on as of
up.
yet, but he'll know when he gets down, if he gets the opportunities, he can take them out.
60.
Yet to really come to life, and that was kind of the assessment of this game as well. We thought that the real heavyweight clash was that of Mike Warburton and Scott Taylor, and that did not disappoint.
60.
Real high quality affair in the other semi-final.
$85.
This one feels more about who can hold the nerve. And I think the issue is the fact they're also playing each other, because both players will go, oh, this is an opportunity.
96.
This is a chance. He had his chance, didn't he, Mike Warburton? Got to that deciding leg, had the throw. Scott Taylor finding the break, and he's now in the back room getting ready for the final once again. Looking to add to his Super Series roll of honour.
41.
A loose start there from Bradley. And a bounce out there for Tom, but recovers well with his third dart. Finds the treble 20. Leaves himself on 141 when he returns.
100. Tom, you require 141. $85.
Oh, that's an important last start. Offers little encouragement here to Bradley Roose, but Bradley's been in this situation all week where he's looked in a position of little hope and found a way through it. If he's going to get through this one, though, he's going to need to see Tom Cromwell miss opportunities.
44. Tom, you require 56.
Maybe quite a few of them.
Tops then. Takes it with his third dart. Goes ahead in this match by 2 legs to 1.
Full flag, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Trying to find a little bit of encouragement, isn't he, from the little section of support he's got here. Sometimes you can find inspiration, can't you, from those people that have come to support you. It gives you a focal
58.
point, something away from the stage.
$60.
Yeah, the crowd can certainly play a part. And your supporters can give you that extra boost. Just by looking at them and seeing how they react as well. And
their reactions are starting to change as well. Earlier on in the night, it seemed
42.
almost of nervous hope, when now it's almost like they're starting to believe, and that belief can start to transmit into you as well.
$85.
And I think, if anything, seeing this performance from Bradley is probably making things even more nervy for Cromwell, because he's constantly going to be thinking, I've got to take my chance. I've got to cash in. While he's stuck there going, I wish I was playing one of these two rather than Scott Taylor.
$41.
well, it is an edgy game.
98.
Not great scoring. But Tom does leave himself 167.
And we talk a lot about the winner's check and what the winner will get, but this is a significant prize jump as well in regards from going from the semi-final to the final.
58.
Yes, Bradley's
Tommy
been here
required
before, but
167.
a sizable paycheck available for a 20-year-old, and Cromwell, it could be the biggest paycheck he's ever received from this sport.
Well, yes, and that's interesting there. Doesn't go for the outshot. There was no need. As Roose on 199. So he sets it up. Leaves himself 32. But that's good darts there from
Tommy
Roose.
required 32. Gets on the full flag.
And he finds it with his second dart. Moves ahead. A 3-1 lead.
Fifth flag. It's
Break
Tom
a
to
throw.
throw first. Game on.
Here we go, the nose is in front. Is the tail up? Is he starting to find the comfort? What a time for a maximum. The first maximum of this semi-final goes the way of Tom Cromwell. And on the evidence of what we've seen so far from Bradley Roose, that could be
96.
a fatal blow. Just starting to throw with a little bit more pace, isn't it? You can see the change here as he's growing in confidence. 187 points away from a final here at the Super Series.
Yeah, you can definitely see he's brimming with
99.
confidence now.
Yeah, rushing to the oche, trying to get some fluency, playing with freedom, playing with ease, enjoying it once again. What a leg this is from Cromwell.
Yeah, on 47 after 9. Roose way back on 306.
59. Tommy
And this is for the
required
taking
47.
for Tom. 47 required.
As much time as he needs, as much time as he wants.
31.
The time is not now. An ironic thumbs up there from Tom Cromwell, but he knows he'll be back. Nothing Bradley Roose can do here but hit and hope. And he's been spending a lot of his time this week in Camp Hope.
60.
But 6 starts
Tommy
here if
requires
Cromwell needs
16.
them to book himself a place in the final of the Super Series for the first ever time. What a week this is for Tom Cromwell, and it's continuing to go on. Bradley Roose departs the stage. He is out, but Tom Cromwell is through to the final. He was the winner of Group C. He is now going to be taking on Scott Taylor. Not a pretty game, a nervy, edgy game from which Tom Cromwell got stronger as it went on. He is settled. Can he now finish the job? One more game to go.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophied. So we see the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
So the final is set here at the Modus Super Series, and this is what happened in the semis. A 4-3 win for Scott Taylor, and a good game between him and Mike Warburton. Then Tom Cromwell getting the better of Bradley Roose 4-1. Rather one-way traffic in that one. We'll start myself, Matthew Edgar and Trina Gulliver with that first semi-final. It went the distance, Matt. 4-3 win for Scott Taylor in the end. Really clinical checkout to win it as well. Deserving finalist tonight?
Yeah, and it's interesting because I think he's played really well. And, you know, in that last game was against the darts. He had the 2-13 darters. You know, it was a really good quality performance and sort of regularly around that 90 mark for quite a lot of this week. But it doesn't look like that. If you was to watch Scott Taylor, it doesn't look like the Scott Taylor that bounced around that stage with confidence when he won Series 6. It looks like he's almost not happy with his game, despite the fact he's getting the results. And right now, he's got himself into a position where he's one game away, and all he needs is that one moment of magic here, and it'll be a series of a weekly title once again.
Yeah, unorthodox checkout to win it there. But what Matt just mentioned, Trina, we touched on even before the semi-finals. He took out a big 1-5-2 in the group stages, and he was berating himself as he went to retrieve the darts. It seems quite peculiar.
Yeah, he's quite a... He can be quite a negative player. He expects a lot of himself then, if you like. And when he doesn't hit things, he does berate himself, like you say.
Yeah, I mean, I know you well into the psychological side of the sport, work as a coach as well. You would never sort of tell someone that negativity was a good idea, but can it, in some strange way, help you get the best out of yourself?
Not really, no. You need to build on the things that are positive and the things that happen. Even if one thing happens in the game that's good, start there and build with that. And I think this isn't coming from the results. We can tell that. The results aren't making it change. You know, when he takes someone 5-2, it doesn't change. When he wins, it's not. He came off that semi-final like he lost it. He weren't coming off happy. He's head down, shoulders slumped. This is due to the fact he doesn't feel right. He doesn't feel like he's got that release, and the part of that will come down to the fact he's not practicing. He's not playing regular. This will feel a little bit alien to him. And then the danger of that is you go back to a safe space where you go to when I've won this before and you go, well, I'd have took that before. I'd have hit that before. I wouldn't have lost that leg before. And that's what he's doing right now. He's sort of playing in that mode of almost where he's expecting everything to happen from that safe world that he'll be living in.
Just a word on Mike Warburton, losing that 1-4-3, came mightily close. Decent campaign for him, just falling short again in the end.
Yeah, I actually thought he was going to get over the line there. He levelled the match and he looked confident going into the final leg, but it wasn't to be.
Tom Cromwell, dominant in Group C this week, dominant in that semi-final we just saw.
What a story as well that's developing with Tom Cromwell. And we've seen this sort of story a few times now where we sort of unearth a player, we find players through the ADC system and the partnership that's in place there, where players are coming from localised events, localised tournaments. He spoke very fondly about the fact that he comes from a very small town that has one league, a 401 double start, double finish league, and he's really showing that pathway and an inspirational story here because he's now a game away from a Super Series title, a place in Champions Week, which just think about the spin-offs that this could be and the pathway that's there now, because it's not just winning the weekly title, it's winning the weekly title, the £5,000, the Champions Week, and then from Champions Week, the opportunity to get into the ADC Global Championship as well, where £60,000 on the line. So he's very, very deep into a very lucrative pathway.
And I suppose the contrast between him and Scott Taylor is quite noticeable because he also doesn't feel like he's playing his best darts, but the results are everything, and you can see that in the way that he's greeting them.
Yeah, he's quite a passionate player, isn't he? And he's vocal when he wins and when he scores well and that. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting final, and it's a hard one to call. I'm not sure which way this one's going to go.
Yeah, well, I will make you do that at some point. But before we do, just a quick word on Bradley Roose. Reaching the semi-final has to be regarded as a good campaign, but did he just kind of run out of steam?
Yeah, I think when we came in, I think my first assessment was the luck ran out because it was maybe fortunate to get as far as he has. There was a few times he needed results to go his way from other people. There was times he needed 7 or 8 results to go his way to get through. He's dug in deep. He's shown a new quality, though, within himself, and I think that's the key. Not so much the disappointment of going out in the semi-final. I think we've learnt a little bit about him. We've described him in the past as maybe sulky and sort of gets down on himself. He's shown some fight here this week, and that's going to put him in a good stead.
Yeah, he huffed and puffed, certainly. But next week, the big bad wolf is back in town.
Yeah, we love that.
Amazing.
On a second leg.
One person misses a 164 in the bull and the other one takes out a 136. Big moment. Oh no!
Fifth leg.
Johnston's just been hit with a bat.
Yeah, he's back. Martin Adams, a 3-time world champion, and we're glad to have him. I'm still playing at the age of 68 and playing well, Trina. What does he bring to the party?
Well, he's a legend, isn't he? And he always brings a good crowd here as well. And he's just a great player, an ambassador for the game. And he still can play.
And you spoken about the likes of Tom Cromwell. Players like that who come through ADC qualifiers to find themselves in the same week as a Martin Adams, it's a real bucket list moment, isn't it?
It is, and that's, again, one of the real exciting things about the Super Series. I remember in previous weeks, people who even said what a great opportunity it is. Even Jason Heaver who's been on the Pro Tour, came here and was like, what a great experience to be on that stage playing against these legends. And I think the call really for Martin Adams here is very much a case, like say, 68. We know has had health issues in the past, still playing well. And I think the call here is to really enjoy Martin Adams while we've got him here, because how much longer is he going to be able to do this?
Yeah, well, let's see who else Martin Adams will be lining up alongside as week 3 gets underway. He's in Group C along with Alex Williams and Simon Wilkinson. Group B, we see the return of John O'Shea not long after he was here for the International Pairs Week. Jamie Owens, very good player, and Jamie Lewis, former World Championship semi-finalist. And Group A will feature Alex Small, quickfire player who was at Champions Week last time around, Graham Hall, Kevin Burness, Will Bede and Brian Raman back as well, played for Belgium in that International Pairs, and a debut for Pim van Bynen, who's a very good friend actually of Bradley Roose, who was in action tonight. A really good lineup. Again, that Group B seems to jump off the page.
It really does. That'll be tight. That'll be competitive, especially when you think 2 of those players from Group A are going to be going into that. They'll be probably hoping Graham Hall wins that Group A and gets himself out the way and through to Saturday night, rather than having to play him, because he's playing some really good stuff at the moment. And Alex Williams, someone who really catches the eye. I've seen him play a few times, maybe a bit understated, just sort of getting onto the tours now, doing the travelling. He'll be one to watch.
Could Wolfie do it, Trina? 68 years old, win a week at the Super
can.
Series?
He's got loads left in him yet. He might. All depends on his knees and his joints and everything else, but he'll give it a good go.
It's not that long ago since he hit a 9-darter, Martin Adams. So yeah, still very, very good at that ripe old age. Right, the big match is still to come this evening. The final about to get underway between Scott Taylor and Tom Cromwell. I suppose it's experience and success against that rawness and that excitement of, well, a novice in Super Series terms. Where does that sort of approach favour or maybe cause a potential problem for either player?
Well, we can look at it from 2 sides of this, and it's how does Tom Cromwell assess this? Because if we look at it from Tom Cromwell and go, well, he could get nervous here because he's not been in this situation before. Or we could look at it from the other side and go, well, he's got no scar tissue. He's got no negative experience of this moment. He's going to go up there and enjoy it. And I think the real key fact for me was that last leg from Tom Cromwell. He changed completely. He played quicker. He started throwing with a bit more fluency, a bit more freedom, like he was playing in Group C. Looked like he started to enjoy it when he went 3-1 up against Bradley Roose. And if he can keep that going, don't try and be deliberate, don't try and place it, just trust yourself. Just let him flow. And I think he could give Scott Taylor a real good run for his money.
Could Tom being pumped up maybe get Scott going a little bit? We've mentioned he's been quite flat tonight.
Yeah, it might do, but his positivity has been great, whereas Scott's has been quite negative. So, you know, it could be a major telling of how this game goes.
Right, I'm going to have to push you both for a prediction. We'll start with you, Trina.
I'm going to go Scott just.
Matt?
You'd be brave to go against Scott Taylor based on experience, based on its scoring power, and based on the fact that Tom Cromwell has looked a bit edgy at times tonight. If he carries on how he ended that last one, he'll make a game of it, but Taylor could run away with it.
Is it going to be another title for Taylor, or will it be debut delight? Well, not debut delight, first time delight for Tom Cromwell. The final is about to get underway.
Himself a place in the final of the Super Series for the first ever time. What a week this is for Tom Cromwell.
Yeah, he was here before, Tom Cromwell, and when he did come to the Super Series the first time, many people did say, watch out for this guy. It was kind of a forgettable performance, evidently, but in his own words at the start of tonight, didn't live up to it at all, and he still thinks he's got better to do this week as well. Scott Taylor, of course, has the experience, he has the titles, including the biggest title you can win here when he won that Series 6, so interesting mix of players. Is it going to be the man who won on the Super Series stage the biggest prize, or is it going to be maiden victory for Tom Cromwell, 28 years of age, from Southport, And they will be cheering by the seaside if he gets it done. I think they might hear his roar from Southport if he wins tonight. So without further ado, let's get the final underway. Jack Garwood, the referee, Trina Gulliver and Matthew Edgar in commentary.
Not only that, a very oversubscribed darts academy that I'm sure are going past their bedtime this evening in order to watch Tom Cromwell.
Game on.
He is just one game away from Super Series glory. But so fitting that he goes up against
41.
What would be one of the biggest hitters we have here at the Super Series, a previous winner of Series 6. But the message is very simple, isn't it, for Tom Cromwell? Rhythm, fluency, pace, everything he did right at the back end of that game against Bradley Roose. Come out and continue it into this final.
60.
I almost feel like it's a bit of an advantage in a sense that Tom Cromwell lost the bullseye, as strange as that sounds. Now, obviously, if it goes 3-3, he would want the throw. But if there's going to be a bit of a nervy leg, if there's going to be a bit of an edgy leg, it's going to be in leg 1. So the last thing you want to do is come out, have a bit of an edgy one, get broken, and then be chasing for the game. This will allow him almost to come out and be in the attack mentality rather than defensive.
Yeah, that's true.
96.
I still want the darts.
140.
See, I've given them away before for that reason.
64.
Silly, I know.
Oh, you've done a Taylor, have you? Like a Phil Taylor.
129. Tom, you require 112.
Needs to treble 20. Can't find it.
45. Scott, you require 35. Game shot on the first leg. Scott Taylor.
Well, Scott takes the first leg. 1-0.
Second leg. It's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Just be ticking them off in his head, won't he, Scott Taylor?
100.
Yeah, 1 down. 3 to go.
57.
I can almost hear the interview already in my head. If Scott Taylor was to win, he'd say, well, I haven't played my best.
100.
I've somehow found a way to win. And I wonder what that would do. We've talked about what it'd do for Tom Cromwell in regards to his career and how big of a moment it'd be for him. But when we think about Scott Taylor, who's not really been playing a lot of darts recently, if he was to book himself a place in Champions
56.
Week, knowing that he's got something big on the horizon, that's going to encourage him to get on the practice board, because £25,000 is a sizable carrot dangled in front of you.
Yeah, absolutely.
108.
Well, fills the bed for a maximum.
84.
Leaves himself
Scott, you
124.
require 124.
Finds a treble 20. Finds a 14. Bullseye it is,
99.
and bullseye is just missed.
Tom, you require 161.
Chance for Cromwell now for a 161, but can't be done. So Taylor will return for the 25.
70.
And they're the type of chances
25.
that Cromwell is only going to be getting while Scott Taylor's playing this way.
Game shot on the
This
second leg.
is
Scott
the
Taylor.
Scott Taylor that we know. This is the Scott Taylor that won Series 6. This is a quality
Third leg. It's
performance here.
Scott to throw first.
15
Game
dart leg there from Scott.
And look at the demeanour now of Scott Taylor. It's all
85.
changed. It's been negative. The head's been down. He's been slumping around the stage. He's not found too much positivity and reactions. Now it's business face. It's game face. You can see the aggression on the face, the steeliness in the eyes. There's no more messing, is there, from Scott Taylor? This is all business.
Yeah, just takes his time there. Takes off 2 treble 19s. That's good starts there from Scott Taylor.
42.
Bradley Roose. The Dutchman from The Hague.
108.
Look at his face. Where's this Scott Taylor been? Average goes up to 102.512
Six.
maximums.
Scotty
This
require
is
102.
clinical. This is quality, and Cromwell at the moment has got no reply.
Top set for a 3-0 lead.
On the third leg.
Takes
Scott
it.
Taylor.
Wow, what some darts we are seeing here
Fourth
by
leg.
Scott
It's Tom to the
Taylor.
row first. Game on.
3-0 lead, 102.48 for Taylor, 78.53 for Cromwell.
He's looking like a beaten man already, isn't he, Cromwell? The shake of the head after the 102.
108.
He's smiling. He knows he's getting a front row seat to something very, very special. And he's just unable to land any sort of blow here. That could be in the hands of Scott Taylor in the next couple of minutes. Pack it in, he says, as he tries to throw the towel into the back of the shoulders of Scott Taylor. But just got to recompose here because the job is not done. Needs to keep that aggression.
97. $45.
Not even getting near it now, is he, Cromwell?
No, seems to be losing his line.
100.
And this is a great performance here by Taylor.
$82. Scott, you require 124.
So leaves himself 124.
$72.
No harm done. He will be back to get the job done and pick up another weekly title here. Cromwell.
117. Scott, you require 52.
But it's tops for Taylor
Get
to
shot.
round off an
And the Modus Super Series
absolutely
Week 2
clinical
champion,
performance.
Scott Taylor!
He's done it again. Scott Taylor picks up a weekly title, an average of 103.66. An absolute demolition job over Tom Cromwell, who didn't even get a dart at a double. He only had one go at a finish, and that was at the 161. A superb week for Tom Cromwell, but it ends in clear style there from Scott Taylor. Here's the stats. Here's the numbers. 3 180s for Scott Taylor, the 103.66, the checkout of 102, and literally unable to land a blow there for Tom Cromwell. Taylor is through. £5,000. Will that encourage him? Will that get him back on the practice board, ready for Champions Week in around about a couple of months' time?
Yeah, thanks very much. Scott Taylor alongside me, winning again on the Super Series stage. Scott, congratulations. Just sum up for us how you felt throughout the evening, because earlier on we were talking about that maybe you didn't look like you were enjoying yourself too much.
Just weren't finding it at all. To be fair, even coming in here, I was practicing. I was a bit worried that I wouldn't win a game. Never mind win the full thing, so I'm happy.
There was a moment earlier you took out a 152 checkout. You didn't even look happy with that.
180, 26, 152, like what's going on here, but it happens sometimes.
But then you get to the final and it did look like you really switched it on then. Did it feel like that?
Yeah, really. Tom gave me a little bit when he beat me in the first one, so I was like, just don't give him a chance to do it again.
And what does it feel like? You said to us before you're not really playing in anything else, you're not practicing too much. To be able to come up and win this week, what does that say to you? Does it give you the feeling to go and practice a bit more?
I'd love to, but my body's just not letting me do it at the minute, so it is what it is. I'm going to try and get it sorted, so we'll see what happens.
Well, you've got, what, 10 weeks until Champions Week, so you've got time to do that. What's the plan between now and then?
Just rest, work and kids, and try and get a little bit of practice in and a bit more match practice, because my doubles ain't great sometimes.
But as we discussed at the start, it does give you the opportunity to be the second player to win it twice. That's a good aim, a good target to have.
Yeah, it's a long way from that, so we'll think about it when it comes.
Well, let's let you enjoy tonight first. So, time for the trophy presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of week 2, Scott Taylor.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Scott Taylor winning 4-0 against Tom Cromwell in the final. Fantastic performance in that final after, well, earlier in the night, kind of stuttering and stumbling his way through matches. He said that himself. Matthew Edgar and Trina Gulliver are alongside me. Didn't feel comfortable. Didn't think he'd win a game, maybe if not even win a leg tonight. Yeah, he wins every leg in the final. And in that match, it did all come together for Scott, didn't it?
It really did. And that was our assessment as well when we was watching Scott Taylor tonight. They didn't feel like it was there, but it's always a danger that it's going to come out. And we said if it clicks in that final, he could run away with it, and he did run away with it. That was a quality performance from the first start to the last. Never gave Cromwell a look in. The only opportunity Tom Cromwell had in that game was at a 1-6-1. No darts at a double, couldn't really land a blow. And Scott Taylor, that is one of the most clinical finals we've ever seen here, I think, at the Super Series.
More like the Scott Taylor you're expecting to see tonight?
Yeah, that was, a 4-0 victory, 103 plus average, and he really did run away with it. But yes, that's more like him.
We just heard from him before the break there, and he spoke about the reason that he was sort of being quite negative and beating himself up. It just wasn't there, the consistency. He had those moments where there were 180s, the big checkouts and stuff like that, but he was just annoyed that he couldn't get anything going for a prolonged period of time until the final.
And that's just a lack of match play. That's all that is. The more you play, the more that sort of consistency comes in. The more you don't even notice things like that because it all just becomes part of one pattern. But when you're not playing a lot of darts, you do notice the big shot, then the 26, and those sort of moments where you make those slips and those errors because everything's amplified because you're not doing it on a regular basis. And now what he's got is he's got a reason to practice and a reason to play because he's in Champions Week. And we talked about that pathway for Tom Cromwell. Champions Week, ADC Global. Scott Taylor will be one of the favourites at Champions Week. Scott Taylor, if he plays in the Global Championship, would be one of the favourites. And that is £85,000 on the line for him over a very short period of time. So now there's a reason for when he gets back to Bolton to go, right, let's get some people round, let's get some practice sessions on. We know when he was playing his best, he was out regularly practicing with Joe Mernon. I wouldn't be surprised to see if his phone gets a phone call over the next couple of weeks to say, right, let's get back on this. Let's start getting some practice games in, maybe go to a few local tournaments, might even travel and do some of the systems just to try and get himself primed and ready because there's a big, big carrot dangled in front of him now.
That's an interesting point, Trina, because if he hadn't won tonight, would it have been quite likely that he didn't throw darts for the next 3 months?
Maybe, but he indicated there that his body is not allowing him at the moment. So he's obviously suffering from some sort of injury. Trying to fit everything in everyday life, obviously, as well as the kids and everything else. But so he's obviously got an underlying injury somewhere. So that's proving to be a bit of a problem for him.
Look, you've both had periods out of the sport with injuries and various issues. You, in particular, have had an injury that's reoccurred that you thought had gone, that then you think it's your career over. What is it like in that mindset when you don't quite know which direction you can go in? Because, as Trina said, your body doesn't want to seem to let you.
Well, we saw that unfold, that doubt. It's frustration. Because when you get some moments and things will happen and you're like, okay, that's it. It's over. I'm able to get back on it again now because I'm playing well. I'm not feeling any aches or pains. It's good. And then you go a few months down the line and it swells up again and it heats up and you get all the issues and it's like, oh, here we go again. It's not really gone away. It just went away for a short period of time. And it affects you mentally. It really does, because the physical side might be there, but then you start doubting, like, is it going to come back again? You change how you practice, you change how you prepare. You don't go sit at the table because you think, well, if I sit at the table and I come back, is it going to be a problem? So I've got to keep throwing now and I can't stop. And it changes a lot of things. It changes how you perceive. I spoke about Scott Taylor going to that safe place of before and going, I'd have took that. And you believe that everything would have been in. Like, you miss a chance and I'd never have missed that opportunity. I'd never miss those darts. And it ends up reeling back and it all just becomes very, very mental as well as physical, to the point where you don't even throw the dart the same due to anticipation.
As well as Scott Taylor played in that final, we did discuss before it whether or not the occasion might get to Tom Cromwell. Do you think that happened to him?
I think the way that Scott started and he progressed on, he was, I just think he thought, I'm being blown out the water here, and he certainly was. But yeah, I mean, he's done a great performance this week. He's done really, really well, and he must take some positives away from this week.
And beat him earlier in the night, of course. So the only difference being that was the final. That was a big one.
Yeah, and it brought out the big performance as well, didn't it, in Scott Taylor? And, when Scott Taylor lost that game earlier on, it didn't quite mean as much to him. He was already through. He's already qualified. That's where it matters in the final. And if you was to ask Scott Taylor tomorrow about his night, he would reflect on it in a positive way and say, well, the time to play your best is the final. There's no point in averaging 103 in a game when you've already qualified. That's not going to get you any further along. You need that big performance at the end, make your opponent feel like they're up against it and they're beat. And you could see in the last leg, before a dart was even thrown, Cromwell was already beat at that point. He knew he weren't going to turn that one around unless Scott Taylor dropped off significantly. It was a good beating.
And it seems to be experience that is winning the day so far. 2 weeks, 2 experienced players, Jeff Smith and Scott Taylor, making it through to Champions Week. When it comes to big matches like that, does that really make a huge difference?
I think experience does, yeah. It makes a vast difference. Just teaches you, you've had more match practice, and it teaches you how to handle each situation. You're still learning, no matter how much you play and how old you are. You're still learning in every match, and it does count.
It would be interesting, wouldn't it, if Scott Taylor were to win Champions Week? Because, look, in most realities, Luke Littler's not coming back here for a while. So if somebody else gets to 2, then they're going to have the opportunity to be the person that's won the most. And he said it at the start of the night, really winning it for a second time would kind of rubber stamp his standing in this place.
Greedy, isn't he? He's not even happy with winning a week. He wants even more. And with darts like we just saw there, he's going to be one of the favourites. And, well, we see already Jeff Smith through. It's looking like it's going to be a good Champions Week already. Last series, we looked at it and we said, well, we've got opportunity here in regards to people getting there for the first time and debutants. And that is where that experience comes into play, because if that wasn't Scott Taylor tonight, averaging 103. If Tom Cromwell was up there against another debutant, he might think in the back of his mind, can he cross the line? Is this performance level going to drop? And we know it won't, because we've seen it before from Scott Taylor, and that's what experience does as well. It's not just about what you've got, it's about how your opponent perceives you as well.
What should he do over the next 10 weeks or so? I know, yeah, he's got to get his body right, but surely he has to be on that practice board as much as he possibly can.
Well, he will. He'll do as much as he possibly can, I'm sure. But at the same time, it's a fine line between not pushing his body too far as well, so that it doesn't cause further injury, and so puts him out of the game completely. So he'll do what he can.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for your company this evening, Trina, Matt. It's been fantastic as always. Fantastic from Scott Taylor as well to make it through to another Champions Week. And there is plenty more coming up here on the Modus Super Series Darts channel on Pluto TV. Absolutely free for your viewing pleasure. And right after this show, Martin Adams, his life and career discussed in a tungsten talk ahead of his return to the Super Series stage next week at 12:20 tomorrow lunchtime. The Influencer Showdown, the fourth one, the one that was held most recently here, will be replayed in its entirety here on Pluto TV. And then the action gets back underway at 9:30 on Monday morning. Brian Roman back in action for the start of week 3 when Group A begins. And next week, of course, we'll do it all again. Finals night for week 3 of Series 11 from 7:30. And we will see who will be joining Jeff Smith and Scott Taylor at Finals night, Champions Week. What a fantastic week we've had. We had drama throughout all of the group stages. But in the end, it was the experience and the talent of Scott Taylor that won the day. We had the emerging story, of course, of Tom Cromwell, who showed that he has a bright future ahead of him. But it's Scott Taylor, former champion, in the hunt again, back at Champions Week. Thanks for watching. Good night. We'll see you soon.
Indeed.
Could be a positive moment for Bradley Roose looking at the bullseye here. What a dart, what a shot. And sometimes you come into a tournament.
Double 16, and what a shot there from Scott Taylor.
And he gets over the line in the end, you can see.
Double 15, oh, and he finds it. And he finds it with his third dart.
Tops for Warby. Topsy finds a 4-0 success there for Mike Warburton. And he gets it. Last dart in hand, Tom Cromwell came in. That's it. Took himself a place in the final of the Super Series for the first ever time. What a week this is for Tom Cromwell, and it's continuing to go on.
It's on the first leg, Scott Taylor.
Scott takes the first leg.
It's on the
This
second leg,
is
Scott Taylor.
Scott Taylor.
Top sent for a 3-0 lead.
It's on the third leg,
Takes it.
Scott Taylor.
It's tops for Taylor
It's
to
on.
round off an
And the Modus Super Series
absolutely
Week 2
clinical
champion,
performance.
Scott Taylor.
He's done it again. Scott Taylor picked up a weekly title, an average of 103.66.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of week 2, Scott Taylor.
What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.